Chapter 479. Brat, you really make people speechless when you're stubborn. Why do you still care about that at a time like this? Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Wait until I'm really about to die before you make a move, master. I think this evil beast demon king is at most at the celestial realm. I'm not so weak that I can't handle it. As long as there was a slight chance, Ling Xiao would seize it. He didn't think he would die. Boom! He directly entered his human dragon form, and his strength suddenly soared. Coupled with the powerful energy he obtained from the Moon Lady, he wasn't even afraid of a heavenly venerate who had just entered the celestial realm. Unfortunately, this was only temporary. Otherwise, it would be great. The moment Ling Xiao entered his human dragon form, the true essence in his whole body circulated wildly, and his aura suddenly soared. From top to bottom, his whole body exuded a powerful aura. At that moment, the evil beast demon king actually retreated more than 10 meters. Ha! Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. Dragons were the kings of all beasts. During the prehistoric times, the dragon race was a powerful existence that ruled all beasts. All beasts and insects had to obey the orders of the dragon race. Dragon aura naturally had a suppressive effect on the evil beast demon king in his current form. Run my ass! Maybe I can fight! Ling Xiao suddenly changed his plan. The look in his eyes also became tenacious. His fighting spirit continued to rise. The evil beast demon king was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that this ant in front of him would dare to be so decisive in front of him. Then, his anger became even more intense. Because he felt that he was being looked down upon. Even an ant wanted to fight with him? Poof! He opened his mouth and shot a ball of silk at Ling Xiao. Although it was a silk thread, it could easily penetrate steel. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent. Although he was now in his human dragon form, his strength was still much weaker than the other party. If he didn't seize the right opportunity, it would be impossible to kill him. The moment the silk thread was spat out, the evil beast demon king's body suddenly bounced up. It didn't look like a chubby silkworm baby at all. It was more like a python that suddenly attacked its prey. Its speed was too fast. Ling Xiao watched all of this. He raised his right hand and a chi sword flew out, blocking the incoming silk thread. Then, with the help of the rebounding force of the silk thread, he suddenly retreated, causing the evil beast demon king to pounce on empty air. The escape route was wide open. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of running away. He knew very well that this was the evil beast demon king trying to break down his fighting spirit. Once a person had the thought of running away, it would be impossible for them to fight with all their strength. The end result would be even worse, especially when facing such an opponent. It didn't matter if he lived or died. Ling Xiao would not choose to run away. He wanted to fight this battle to the very end. Shock and disappointment appeared in the evil beast demon king's eyes. This human warrior in front of him was different from the others. He was really not easy to deal with. Evil beast demon king, die! The phantom of the pestilence demon king appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, he suddenly sped up and charged towards the evil beast demon king. Just as he had expected, the moment the pestilence demon king appeared, the evil beast demon king was distracted. Even if it was just a moment of distraction. But for Ling Xiao, it was definitely the best opportunity to attack. Puchi! After piercing through the evil beast demon king's head, Ling Xiao turned around and attacked again. He knew that although the evil beast demon king could only unleash the strength of a heaven realm cultivator, his own cultivation was at the yin-yang realm. Naturally, he would not be killed so easily. Pfft! As he turned around, his sword was blocked by the silk, and he failed to succeed. However, Ling Xiao had already expected this. The pestilence demon king opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dark green gas, directly enveloping the evil beast demon king's head. Bastard, you actually betrayed the true devil empire! In a moment of carelessness, the evil beast demon king was actually seized by Ling Xiao to launch a series of attacks. Not only was his body pierced, he was also poisoned by the pestilence Demon King's plague poison, causing his strength to drop once again. Ling Xiao's attack still continued, the ice dragon sword in his hand thrusting out continuously. The wounds on the evil beast Demon King's body grew more and more. Although this guy's recovery ability was similarly astonishing, Ling Xiao's attack speed was even faster. If the situation continued to develop like this, the one who died in the end would definitely be the evil beast Demon King. However, how could the dignified evil beast Demon King die so easily? Bang! An attack that appeared out of nowhere directly slapped onto Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao's entire body was smashed to pieces. The heavenly dragon golden body was actually useless under this terrifying attack. Behind that silkworm baby, a terrifying fierce beast appeared. You indeed possess a dragon soul! Dragons were the king of 10,000 beasts. As the true Devil Empire's general in charge of 10,000 beasts, the evil beast Demon King's martial soul should also be the king of 10,000 beasts. The enormous wings flapped, and it was actually a complete skeleton. The power of frost twined around it, incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, the martial soul was a soul. Otherwise, with such a huge guy appearing, this cave would definitely explode. Frost Dragon Soul! This should be the martial soul of the Frost Dragon clan under the jurisdiction of the ancient Hell Dragon clan. Fortunately, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the opponent's martial soul was one of the 9 great ancient dragon souls. If that were the case, he would have really kicked an iron plate today. Surprised? You were able to force this king to use his martial soul. You should be proud of yourself. You can die in peace. Seeing Ling Xiao's body shatter, with only his head remaining to speak, the evil beast Demon King did not believe that this brat could survive. After all, this kind of recovery ability was definitely not something a trivial transcendent realm cultivator could achieve. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth slipped into an imperceptible sneer as his head continued to fall to the ground. The evil beast Demon King had already recalled the Frost Dragon's soul and was ready to escape. With his current strength, he was far from the Moon Lady's opponent. He had to find a place to heal. He definitely could not stay here any longer. It was all because of that damn brat. Just as he turned his head to look at Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt the fear of death. His body, which should have been fragmented and broken, instantly merged into one. No, it was not just merging into one. What appeared in front of him was not Ling Xiao, but a 3 to 4 meter tall golden dragon. A body more than 10 meters long, with bright golden scales. A body with the characteristics of 10,000 beasts. Without a doubt, this was the characteristic of the Golden Dragon clan, the king of the Dragon clan. Die. By the time he discovered this golden dragon, the opponent's attack had already finished condensing. A bright light shot out from the dragon claw, a light that seemed to be able to cut through the void. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger! The Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger in the form of the ancient Golden Dragon. In the end, Ling Xiao used this form that he had not used until now. Because he felt that he could kill the evil beast Demon King, so he had to do this. Boom! It seemed like only a single finger, but the moment it pierced through the evil beast Demon King's body, it produced an extremely terrifying effect. The silkworm baby quickly collapsed and exploded. A severely injured soul desperately tried to escape from it. Hugh. Chapter 480. I actually succeeded. Ling Xiao had already returned to his human form. Although his body had been scattered by the evil beast Demon King, he had managed to reassemble himself by relying on the miraculous effects of the 5th level of the Sky Dragon Golden Body. Even now, he still found it somewhat unbelievable. Furthermore, the ancient Golden Dragon form was really terrifying. Although this was the first time he had used it, the power it unleashed was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Huh! Where's my Earth Spirit Core? Just as Ling Xiao was rejoicing, he suddenly discovered that the Earth Spirit Core in the Mountain River realm had disappeared. Not only that, but some of the rare medicinal herbs that had special healing effects had also disappeared. Damn it! Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. I've long felt that there was definitely something wrong with the Sky Dragon golden body. Now, it seems like it's true. After cultivating to the 5th level, the so-called rebirth from a drop of blood is real, but there is a price to pay. And this price is really huge. Smelly brat, you should be content. You've profited from a disaster. Yuan Venerate suddenly said from the beast ring. Profited from a disaster? Yes, didn't you feel it? The Earth's spirit core was used as a material to repair your body. Generally speaking, the Earth's spirit core can't be completely absorbed by the body of any martialist, but you're different. Your body was basically destroyed. Now, it's as if the Earth's spirit core has condensed a new body. Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Even Master is a little jealous of your good luck. You actually condensed the Earth's spirit body without cultivating. I'm afraid that even a celestial-grade treasure body would find it difficult to break through this defense. Furthermore, the Earth's spirit body will continue to grow stronger as your strength increases. Even Master isn't sure how strong it will ultimately be. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao tried to circulate his true essence. Sure enough, he discovered that a thick earthy yellow glow had appeared on his body. Not only had his physical strength increased several times, but even his true essence had become much more vigorous. In terms of quantity alone, even a transcendent 8th level martialist couldn't compare to him. It was really a blessing in disguise. Ling Xiao's originally disappointed mood suddenly improved. Boy, quickly go back and cultivate. The Earth's spirit core's energy is definitely more than this. If I'm not mistaken, the remnant energy from the Earth's spirit core should be enough for you to break through to the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer. Yuan Venerate reminded him. All right. Ling Xiao nodded. However, before returning, he was prepared to release those trapped martial artists. Unfortunately, this evil beast Demon King didn't have any treasures. In addition to those rare, fine and common grade treasures that were thrown into the cave, the rest of the magical weapons and spirit stones were swallowed by this guy to restore his cultivation. The evil beast Demon King seemed to have many beast-like abilities. Among the beasts, Ling Xiao knew that there was a kind of beast called the gold-eating beast that could recover its cultivation by eating gold, silver, copper, and iron. Perhaps the reason why the evil beast Demon King's cultivation recovered so quickly was related to its special ability. Unfortunately, after Ling Xiao collected the evil beast Demon King's soul, he discovered that because his mountain river martial spirit's level was too low, it could not be transformed into a martial spirit. Instead, it was directly frozen in the glacier. It seemed that he could only think of a way in the future when his cultivation increased to a certain level. Right now, it was better to release those martial artists as soon as possible so that they would owe him a favor. After all, a debt of gratitude was greater than any other debt. Although there would definitely be ungrateful people among them, there would definitely be people who would repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. Although the people trapped in the prison were very strong, they didn't understand array formations. In addition, they were wearing special torture devices that prevented them from circulating their true essence. Therefore, it was impossible for them to escape with their own abilities. Seeing Ling Xiao, these people's eyes that were originally filled with despair had a little more color. Young hero, what happened just now? The evil beast Demon King is dead. I'll let you all out now, Ling Xiao said faintly. The evil beast Demon King is dead! Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Then, they cheered excitedly and cried bitterly. Among them, there were 2 Grotto Heaven Realm experts. They were considered absolute powerhouses in the Heavenly Dragon continent, but they were trapped here all these years as blood slaves of the evil beast Demon King, providing blood for the evil beast Demon King. It was a fate worse than death. Thinking that they could see the light of day again, their excitement was definitely no less than coming back from the dead. But young hero, there's an array formation set up by the evil beast Demon King. Although there are people among us who understand array formations, we are unable to break it. Can you do it? Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just smiled and pierced the chi sword into the center of the array formation. Crack! The array formation immediately shattered. In fact, from the moment he started speaking, he had already been cracking the array formation. There wasn't much time left. He would definitely faint from overexertion, so before that, he must do what he wanted to do quickly. Great! Young hero is really good! Everyone was excited. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and opened the door of the prison. Then, several chi swords shot out and unlocked all the shackles on these people. May I know your name, young hero? I will repay your kindness in the future. Ling Xiao from Yuehua School! Ling Xiao had originally planned to make these people owe him a favor, so he had to report his real name. Thank you. Let's go. In the prison, more than half of the people were preparing to leave out of gratitude to Ling Xiao. These people were naturally open and above-board people who knew how to repay kindness. Wait a minute! However, the ungrateful person soon revealed his foxtail. The person who spoke was actually the strongest Grotto Heaven Realm expert among them. He was wearing a purple robe. Although it was tattered, since he had unlocked his shackles, he naturally had the demeanor of an expert. That kid's cultivation is mediocre, but he was able to break into the cave. Don't you think it's strange? It's a little strange, but this young hero has good intentions. Good intentions, my ass. I think this kid is in cahoots with the evil beast Demon King. Now that the evil beast Demon King is dead, he wants to do us a favor so that we can give him benefits. The purple-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert snorted coldly. Kid, hand over what you got from the evil beast Demon King, and this Realm Lord will let you live. Grotto Heaven Realm experts were respectfully called Realm Lords. Hee, just kill him and take his storage ring. Even if this kid is not in cahoots with the evil beast Demon King, he must have some kind of treasure on him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break into the cave, let alone kill the evil beast Demon King. Another yellow-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert spoke. Who else wants to do this? Ling Xiao looked at the two idiots in front of him indifferently. Since I dared to let you out, I must have something to rely on. You actually revealed your foxtail so quickly. How stupid. Chapter 481. More than 10 people stood out, and all of them were Heaven Realm experts. Novel law, there were still more than 30 people left, and they still had a conscience. As long as they had a conscience, it was fine. If they had a conscience, they would know how to repay kindness. In that case, the 16 people who stood out could go die. Ling Xiao looked at the two Grotto Heaven Realm experts and said coldly, You two are really arrogant sector lords. You've cultivated for so many years and have such a strong cultivation, but you've cultivated for nothing. You're ungrateful and shameless. Didn't you want to kill me? Why aren't you doing it? The others were a little confused. Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't strong, so where did he get the confidence to challenge a Grotto Heaven Realm expert? The purple-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert laughed and said, It's really been a long time since I walked in the outside world. I didn't expect that a small Heaven Realm warrior would dare to speak to this Realm Lord like this. Kill him. You don't have to walk around in the outside world anymore, because you will die today. Ling Xiao pulled out the ice dragon sword. In less than a quarter of an hour left, he could still maintain the cultivation of the Celestial Realm, and could still fight with the Celestial Realm martial artists. Hula under the order of the purple-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert, 4 or 5 Heaven Realm experts pounced on Ling Xiao. They didn't have the slightest sense of shame. They didn't have the slightest intention of repaying kindness. Greed had taken over all of them. Boom! Suddenly, the warrior who pounced out exploded in midair. His body turned into pieces and blood splattered all over the ground. The Moon Lady appeared. She stood behind Ling Xiao indifferently, and waved casually. Moon Lady, thank you for your trouble. I will repay this favor in the future, Ling Xiao said to the woman behind him. Between you and me, what's the point of talking about favors? Is that evil beast Demon King dead? The Moon Lady asked with a smile. Dead? You stinking brat, you really scared me to death. You actually secretly went to deal with the evil beast Demon King. How many lives do you have? The Moon Lady suddenly said angrily. I was just afraid that you would get hurt. Ling Xiao scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Now that he thought about it, the previous operation was really too dangerous. The evil beast Demon King's attack was too strong, so much so that the treasure that the Moon Lady gave him didn't have any effect. If he hadn't snatched the Earth Spirit Core in advance, he would have been in trouble. It seemed like he had to do less of such crazy things. Little brat. I'm afraid of getting dirty, so of course I have to deal with the trash. The purple-clothed Grotto Heaven expert sneered and suddenly attacked. Purple Flame Mystic Dragon Palm! His hands suddenly burned with purple flames, and the temperature in the cave suddenly rose. The celestial realm martial artist who was closest to him actually burned up in an instant, and screamed incessantly. Hee, this martial skill is not bad, but it's useless. The Moon Lady probably knew about Ling Xiao's current situation, so she didn't want to waste any time. Her figure suddenly flashed, and 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were lifted up by her like babies. Is the Grotto Heaven Realm very strong? Since you have done something ungrateful, you should be prepared to die. After saying that, sword chi burst out from her hand. The 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were sliced into noodles just like that. There wasn't even a trace of blood on her body. After doing that, she waved her sleeves lightly, and the other dozen or so people were turned into dust on the spot. Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were reduced to ashes while talking and laughing. This was the strength of the Moon Lady. Ling Xiao looked at all this, but his hands were tightly clenched together. Although my cultivation is now much stronger than my peers, I would still be at a disadvantage if I were to encounter a celestial realm martial artist like the Flame Deity, let alone a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist or a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist like the Moon Lady. Ling Xiao's desire for strength grew even stronger. Not enough. Far from enough. I'm still too weak. There are many things I want to do that I can't do. You guys can leave. Don't forget that I didn't save you for free. Ling Xiao looked at those people who still had a conscience, and waved his hand lightly. Thank you, young hero Ling Xiao. We will never forget your kindness. They originally wanted to repay the favor, and now that they saw the beautiful and powerful woman behind Ling Xiao, how could they not repay the favor? After saying that, they all turned and left. Let's go back too. Ling Xiao turned back and glanced at the Moon Lady as he watched those people leave. However, just as he was about to leave, his body went limp and he lost consciousness. Time was up. Ling Xiao! The Moon Lady hurriedly hugged Ling Xiao when she saw this. She checked his breathing and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This fellow actually dared to borrow my quintessential origin energy to increase his strength for a short period of time. This secret technique was probably taught to him by a Yuan Venerate. Is this Yuan Venerate trying to kill Ling Xiao? The Moon Lady smiled bitterly and shook her head. She wasn't in a hurry to leave. After all, without the evil beast Demon King, she was the absolute ruler of the Thousand Ghost Forest. Anyone who was tired of living and came looking for her would be courting death. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of energy surged out of Ling Xiao's body and poured into every part of Ling Xiao's body. At the moment, Ling Xiao was in his weakest state. It was very difficult for him to withstand such a violent and domineering power. The Moon Lady hurriedly placed her jade-like hands on Ling Xiao's chest and poured her quintessential origin energy into Ling Xiao's body, guiding that domineering power to circulate in Ling Xiao's body more gently. Her quintessential origin energy formed a protective layer that protected every part of Ling Xiao's body so that Ling Xiao wouldn't die on the spot from excessive absorption of energy. Is this the power of the Earth Spirit? This brat couldn't have swallowed the Earth Spirit core, right? The Moon Lady smiled bitterly as she looked at Ling Xiao, who was lying motionless on the ground. This fellow was really too crazy. He really resembled the human monarch of the past. Actually, she didn't know. This time, Ling Xiao had dared to take the risk to deal with the evil beast Demon King purely because she was around. If she wasn't around, Ling Xiao would have been even more cautious. Ling Xiao's calculations had never been wrong. This time was no exception. Even if there were uncertainties, Ling Xiao could accurately calculate them. Of course, there would be some deviations. He had dared to look for the evil beast Demon King so boldly because he had taken into account the Moon Lady's powerful combat strength. However, the original plan had been for him to assassinate or severely injure the evil beast Demon King while he was recuperating. This way, the Moon Lady would have an easier time fighting him. However, there had been some deviations in the plan. Chapter 482. Of course, the integration of the Earth's spirit core into his body was also an accident. But the result was good. Now, the Moon Lady was continuously transferring her vigorous vital essence into Ling Xiao's body to control the domineering Earth spirit power. Although the Earth spirit power was domineering and violent, it was still something that no one could control. However, the Moon Maiden was a yin-yang realm expert, and it was naturally not difficult for her to tame a wild horse like an outstanding horse trainer. Under the guidance of the blue vital essence, the Earth's spirit power continued to merge into Ling Xiao's martial vein. Every time it merged, it would make Ling Xiao's vital essence thicker and make the space of the martial vein bigger. People who were not martial artists would not be able to understand why the martial vein did not look big, but it could accommodate a sea of true essence. In fact, the reason was very simple. The martial vein itself was something like a mustard seed space. It was very similar to a storage ring, but it could only hold and produce vital essence. Therefore, in theory, the space of the martial vein could be expanded infinitely. This required a large number of heaven and earth treasures to constantly strengthen it. The larger the martial vein space, the harder it was to break through. However, every breakthrough would increase one's strength by a shocking amount. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased, the total amount of vital essence that a warrior could produce would also increase, and the speed of filling the martial vein space would greatly increase. To put it simply, when the martial vein was only the size of a wine cup, the warrior's cultivation might be very low. At that time, the energy produced by the martial vein in a month would not be enough to fill the wine cup. When the martial vein became as big as a water tank, the warrior's cultivation might have increased by a lot. At this time, the energy produced by the martial vein in a month would be enough to fill a water tank. In other words, under normal circumstances, the larger the martial vein space, the more vital essence would be produced. Although the cultivation increase would be slower, it would not be too slow. Therefore, it was really beneficial. No matter which warrior it was, they all hoped that their martial vein space could become bigger. Originally, the martial vein space of a warrior in the martial vein realm could increase as his cultivation increased. At the peak of cultivation, the space of a martial vein was about 1 cubic meter. Whether the energy in one's body was in a gaseous, liquid, or solid state, it could only be stored in such a large space. Therefore, the true essence of a top martial vein expert was at most 9 cubic meters. After reaching the transcendent realm, the space within the 9 martial veins would slowly expand as one's cultivation improved. Basically, every realm increased the space by 1 cubic meter. This was the direct reason why the higher one's cultivation was, the more vigorous one's true essence would be. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao's cultivation was at the mid-stage transcendent realm 5th layer, so his martial vein space was only 14 cubic meters. But that wasn't the case. Due to the fact that he had fused with the golden dragon blood and other natural treasures, his martial vein space had been greatly strengthened. Now, his martial vein space was about 17 cubic meters. In other words, he was equivalent to an 8th layer transcendent realm cultivator. This was the reason why his true essence was much denser than other martial artists of the same realm. This time, the Earth's spirit core helped Ling Xiao increase his martial vein space. The Moon Maiden could clearly feel that as the Earth's spirit energy continued to enter his martial vein space, Ling Xiao's martial vein space was also constantly expanding. However, even though the martial vein space was constantly expanding, the speed at which the true essence was being filled was still astonishing. "I'm afraid you're the only one who can make a breakthrough while unconscious." The Moon Maiden shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The terrifying Earth spirit energy was forcibly suppressed by her into Ling Xiao's martial vein and began to fuse with Ling Xiao's true essence. Lake Transcendent Realm 5th Layer. Peak Transcendent Realm 5th Layer. It continued to climb. When the Earth spirit energy completely fused with Ling Xiao's martial vein, Ling Xiao's cultivation had also broken through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer. While he was unconscious, he had unknowingly broken through a major realm in his cultivation. Moreover, his martial vein space had now reached 20 cubic meters. This meant that Ling Xiao's total true essence was now not inferior to a half-step heavenly venerable. The size of his martial vein space was also comparable to an ordinary half-step heavenly venerable. This was the terrifying aspect of the Earth's spirit core. Not only that, the Moon Maiden also discovered that Ling Xiao's body had already become an Earth spirit body. In other words, this Earth spirit energy was only a remnant. "Little guy, you're really different." The Moon Maiden withdrew her jade-like hands and helped Ling Xiao wipe his body. Then, she helped him change into a clean set of clothes. After that, she brought Ling Xiao back to the cave from before. When Ling Xiao woke up from his coma, the first thing he saw was the Moon Maiden, who was looking at him with concern. However, because he had woken up in a hurry, he accidentally kissed the Moon Maiden's lips. "That was my first kiss!" Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. The Moon Maiden hurriedly retreated to the side with a flushed face. "Little brat, what are you doing?" "Sister Moon Maiden, you're so beautiful," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He realized that the Moon Maiden did not react too violently. Instead, she began to flirt with him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't kill you with my sword?" The Moon Maiden wanted to show her fierce side, but she could not do so in front of Ling Xiao. "Hee, sister, can you bear to do that?" Ling Xiao laughed. "Little rascal," the Moon Maiden said in annoyance. "I really lose to you." She did not know what was wrong with her. She had lived for more than 100,000 years and had never fallen in love with anyone. In the past, she had only admired the human king. Why was she so reluctant to part with this little brat? "Hee, sister, don't worry. I'll take responsibility. Besides, I've never kissed a girl before. This is my first time." "Sister, you're taking advantage of me," Ling Xiao said. "Humph, who doesn't have their first time?" "What?" Ling Xiao was shocked. "No way, Sister Moon Maiden. You've never kissed anyone before?" "Nothing. You're making a fuss over nothing. Alright, since you've woken up, I should go back. Now that the evil beast Demon King has been killed, I should go back and prepare for the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Do you want to go back with me?" The Moon Maiden hurriedly changed the topic. Otherwise, she really did not know how to face Ling Xiao. "No, I still have something to deal with." Now that his cultivation had broken through to the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, and he still had the all-evil beast soul spear in his body, he wanted to kill Wang Shi, Qin Wu, and Wu Yang. He would not leave any of the people who wanted to kill him alive. "Do as you wish. Just be careful," the Moon Maiden said. "Sister Moon Maiden, I've made up my mind." Ling Xiao suddenly said something that did not make sense. "What have you made up your mind?" the Moon Maiden asked doubtfully. "I'm not going to worship you as my master," Ling Xiao said seriously. "You're not going to worship me as your master?" Chapter 483. "Hee, I want to take you as my wife," Ling Xiao added. "What?" The Moon Maiden looked at Ling Xiao with her mouth agape. She had never been so surprised before. "Do you know what you're saying? I'm the Moon Maiden of the Yuehua school. I'm a yin-yang realm powerhouse, an old monster who has lived for 100,000 years. So what? Are you unwilling?" Ling Xiao stared at the Moon Maiden and asked. Me. As long as you're willing, everything else is not a problem. If you say that you're the Moon Maiden of the Yuehua school and a yin-yang realm powerhouse, then I'll become the sect master of the Yuehua school. We'll both be yin-yang realm powerhouses. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with confidence. "Lunatic!" The Moon Maiden smiled bitterly. Then, she walked to the entrance of the cave. Goodbye, Hua School. Her mind was in a mess. She didn't know how to answer Ling Xiao's question. She didn't agree. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't agree. Seeing the Moon Maiden leave, Ling Xiao shouted, "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. However, shouldn't you change the reward you gave me previously? In any case, I won't acknowledge you as my master. That's what you asked for." The Moon Maiden's voice had already faded into the distance, but Ling Xiao smiled. She didn't refuse, so there was still hope. Anyway, he was still young. He had plenty of time to catch up to the Moon Maiden. However, he had to speed up. As for the Moon Advent Pagoda Ascension ceremony, he would definitely get first place. He couldn't acknowledge the Moon Maiden as his master, but there were other benefits waiting for him. He couldn't acknowledge her as his master, and he couldn't marry her for the time being. However, he could at least live with her, right? Ahem, don't misunderstand. They would just be living in the same place at the same time. Although he wouldn't be her master in name, he would still be her master. He could still receive guidance from the Moon Maiden, but he didn't have to give up pursuing her because of her master's identity. If he wanted to do that, he had to at least get first place in the Tower Ascension ceremony. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the right to negotiate with the Moon Lady. Smiling, Yang Kai sat back down and checked his current condition. After confirming that there were no problems with his body and that his cultivation had stabilized at the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, he stood up with relief. It was time for revenge. There were less than 10 days until the Moon Arrival Festival, so he really had to hurry. Hula he extended his golden dragon wings and flew out of the cave, towards the direction of the Xia family castle. After a few minutes, Ling Xiao landed. Although he could use the golden light dragon wings to fly for a little longer, he still couldn't keep it up. However, he was about to reach the Xia family's castle. He intended to find someone to ask about the current situation in the Xia family's castle. Otherwise, if he were to blindly go there, wouldn't Wang Shi be there for nothing? Right now, it was still early. In the Dragon Submission Mountain range, there were still quite a number of martial artists moving about. After all, he had stayed in the Thousand Ghost Forests for a long time. Even if there were cultivators who didn't dare to enter the mountain range because they were afraid of him, they weren't afraid anymore. There are people over there. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that about 1 li away, there were 4 people walking in the mountains. It looked like they were heading towards the Xia family castle. They were probably here to gather herbs or hunt. They had already finished their day's work and were preparing to return. Using his Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, Yang Kai chased after them. Although he didn't need to fly, his movement skill was still outstanding and his speed was still very fast. It wasn't until Ling Xiao appeared beside these 4 people that they suddenly noticed that there was an extra person behind them. The 4 of them were all startled. They all drew their weapons and pointed them at Ling Xiao. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" The one who asked was the strongest of the 4, an early Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator, the same as Ling Xiao's current cultivation. The other 3 were only at the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer, and had probably been brought out for life experience. Hey, don't be so nervous. I was chased by a vicious beast and just ran out of the forest. I just happened to run into you. I didn't follow you." Ling Xiao hurriedly waved his hand. "Words aren't proof. Who knows what you're doing? Did you try to sneak attack us but were discovered by my big brother?" The one who spoke was a young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, only 1 or 2 years older than Ling Xiao. Her cultivation was naturally not as good as Ling Xiao's, but she was definitely a genius. Her weapon was actually a crossbow, and at this moment, it was aimed at Ling Xiao, as if she was about to attack at any moment. Being misunderstood like this, Ling Xiao was quite unhappy. If this young master really wanted to sneak attack you, none of you would be able to survive, yet you're still standing there and talking? Another arrogant little girl. Geniuses are bound to be arrogant and self-righteous. Xiao Jiao, shut up! The leader of the group was more astute. He was a veteran of the world and could tell that Ling Xiao was strong. Although he didn't know his exact cultivation, since the other party didn't attack, he didn't intend to offend him. "Brother! Didn't you hear me tell you to shut up?" "Humph!" The girl snorted coldly and kept her crossbow. She stood aside angrily and stopped talking, but the way she looked at Ling Xiao was still wary and suspicious. The leader laughed bitterly and said, "Brother, don't mind her. Xiao Jiao is just a little more cautious. After all, your sudden appearance really gave us a shock. It doesn't matter." Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, "Why would I care about such a small matter? It's just that I need to make a trip to the Xia family castle. I wonder if you guys can tell me about the current situation here. It's my first time here, so I'm not too sure." Although Ling Xiao was a little unhappy with the girl's overreaction, but thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to bicker with her, and went straight to the main topic. "Brother, why are you going to the Xia family castle?" the leader asked warily. "I'm a pharmacist. I've collected quite a number of medicinal herbs from the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. I'm going there to sell them. I heard that Fairy Ling Long is buying them," Ling Xiao replied. As he spoke, he deliberately took out some rare herbs that were over 100 years old from his storage ring. This was also to reduce the other party's wariness. "So that's how it is. Coincidentally, we're also going back to the Xia family castle. Why don't we travel together? Seeing that you're quite skilled, it'll be safer for us to travel together." The leader looked at the herbs in Ling Xiao's hands and suggested, "Thank you very much. However, since I want your protection, I'll give you these 4 high-grade vital elemental dawn as a gift." By doing this, he still wanted to get closer to these 4 people, hoping to get more accurate information from them. High-grade vital elemental dawn were insignificant to him, but to these martial artists, they were still very precious. "These are perfect high-grade vital elemental dawn. Its medicinal effect is almost comparable to the highest grade vital elemental dawn. It's too precious, we can't accept it." The leader hurriedly shook his head. "Brother, are you afraid that I've poisoned the herbs?" "You'll know after you go back and test it," Ling Xiao said lightly. No. How could that be? Since brother is so kind, I'll accept it. My name is John Lei. How should I address you?" Chapter 484. Obviously, the 4 perfect high-rank true elemental pills had completely opened John Lei's heart, and made him trust Ling Xiao. That was why he asked for his name, and what Ling Gao's name was. "Yu Ling." Ling Xiao made up a name, taking the surname Yu Nu and his surname. "Good name, but what is Brother Yu's cultivation? You actually dared to venture into the depths of the dragon-subduing mountain range alone?" John Lei asked again. "Early Transcendent Realm 5th layer." This was the template Ling Xiao redefined. He planned to use this template after returning to Yuhua school, otherwise, a 6th layer cultivation would be too exaggerated and would scare a lot of people and easily cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Wu Yang and Qin Wu both knew about this cultivation and had probably already told Ning Yuan about it, so it was best to temporarily set the template at this stage. "Transcendent Realm 5th layer? You're just bragging, how old are you?" The little girl named Xiao Jiao looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. "She is my cousin Lin Jiao Jiao. She was spoiled when she was young, so her temper is a bit bad, but she is still very kind." John Lei introduced. "The other 2 are my cousins, Zhan Long and Zhan Hu. The 3 of them have just broken through to the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer, and came out with me to gain experience." Although Ling Xiao was not very interested in the origins of these people, since they had introduced themselves, he might as well listen. My cousin Zhan Lei is an early Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator. He is only 26 years old this year and is the most outstanding genius in our family." Lin Jiao Jiao coldly snorted and said proudly. "And then?" Ling Xiao didn't quite understand why this little girl was saying this. "And then? I just want to tell you that if you have any bad ideas, you should give up as soon as possible, otherwise, you will definitely not be able to escape my cousin Zhan Lei's thunderous means. The difference between you and him is like heaven and earth." Lin Jiao seemed to like her cousin Zhang Lei very much and worshipped him. It seemed that with this cousin of hers, she had nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. What a naive child. He didn't bother to bicker with the girl, but looked directly at Zhang Lei and said, "Brother John, can you tell me what I just asked you? You mean the Xia family castle?" Zhang Lei sighed and said, "Now that Fairy Linglong has been killed, it's useless for you to go. Now, the Xia family castle has become the territory of the Beast King Palace. Their core disciple, Wang Shi, is sitting there and has taken over all of Fairy Linglong's territory and inheritance. However, what's strange is that Wang Shi doesn't seem to care about it. He still continues to put a bounty on Ling Xiao." Hearing this, Ling Xiao was glad that he had put some makeup on his face. It was very different from the original portrait on the bounty poster. "Then it should be fine for me to sell it to Wang Shi, right?" "No problem, but the price might be lower," Zhang Lei reminded. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. The five of them continued on their way. Along the way, they encountered several waves of attacks from ferocious beasts. Ling Xiao secretly helped, and did not expose his strength. However, this made Lin Jiao very dissatisfied. With Lin Jiao's eyesight, she couldn't find Ling Xiao's help at all. Therefore, she felt that Ling Xiao only knew how to hide all the way and refused to deal with the ferocious beasts. She wanted Zhang Lei to drive Ling Xiao out of the team. Zhang Lei rejected her request on the grounds that Ling Xiao was a pharmacist. Zhang Lei was calm. Although he didn't find Ling Xiao's help, he always felt that after Ling Xiao joined the team, it seemed that dealing with the ferocious beasts had become easier. Therefore, he naturally thought highly of Ling Xiao. Lin Jiao, that brainless girl with big breasts, really couldn't be compared with this person. "Cousin Zhang Lei, how can you help outsiders?" Lin Jiao wiped her tears and ran forward quickly. "This silly woman, they haven't left the dragon subduing mountain range yet. Does she think she's safe?" Just as Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly, Lin Jiao ran into someone's arms. "Haha, I didn't expect a beauty to throw herself at me while walking on the road. Looking carefully, she's really beautiful. This uncle wants her." The person who spoke was a bald man with a ferocious appearance. At this time, the words coming out of his mouth were even more vulgar. However, Ling Xiao didn't know this person and had no interest in saving that silly woman. This Lin Jiao deserved to suffer a little, otherwise, she really didn't know how dangerous society was. "Oh no!" When Zhang Lei saw the bald man, his face suddenly changed. "Who is he?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. Because the other party's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the transcendent realm, slightly stronger than Zhang Lei. If Zhang Lei teamed up with his cousin, it was possible to defeat this person. Why was his expression so horrified and scared? "Flower Tai Sui," Zhang Lei replied. "I don't know him. Brother Yu is from outside, so you may not know. Flower Tai Sui was originally a famous flower thief in the Xia family castle. He has done a lot of shady things with Fairy Linglong. The only brothel in the Xia family castle was jointly opened by him and Fairy Linglong. He can be considered one of Fairy Linglong's men." Zhang Lei smiled bitterly. "This person is cruel and vicious. Most of the women he has played with are worse than death. He especially likes women who practice martial arts, saying that it's exciting to play with them. Oh, he's a scumbag." Ling Xiao nodded. "Not only that, but recently, this guy submitted to Wang Shi and became Wang Shi's chief steward. He's in charge of the brothel business. He's crazier than before. If little sister falls into his hands, it's over." Zhang Lei's face was a little pale. "He's actually one of Wang Shi's men. Then he should have also chased after Ling Xiao, right? This guy is very cunning. Among the cultivators who chased after Ling Xiao, he's the only one who's safe and sound and hasn't left the Xia family castle. The rest are either dead or escaped," Zhang Lei replied. "That's easy to handle." "What?" Before Zhang Lei understood what he meant, he saw a shadow pass by him. Then, Lin Jiao was thrown over. "Little girl, remember, think more with your head when you go out in the future, don't just use your mouth." Bang! When the voice fell, Hua Tai Sui had fallen to the ground, with 4 swords inserted in his limbs, deeply pierced into the soil. Ah! A shrill scream followed. When you hurt those women, you should have heard this scream. What do you think now? Isn't it more enjoyable to shout it out yourself? Everything happened too fast. It was almost a blink of an eye. Zhang Lei looked at Lin Jiejiao in his arms and listened to the scream of Hua Tai Sui. His eyes were completely dull. Just now, he was still worried about how to save his cousin, but now, he found that the ferocious man who held his cousin and touched her with a big hand had been subdued. He's really not an ordinary person. After a long time, Zhang Lei came back to his senses. He always felt that Ling Xiao was not ordinary, but he really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would deal with Hua Tai Sui so easily. Chapter 485. As for Lin Jiaojiao, she felt even more incredible at this time. She has always looked down on Ling Xiao. She has repeatedly mocked and ridiculed Ling Xiao. In the end, she was saved by this person. Otherwise, if she fell into the hands of Hua Tai Sui, her life would be worse than death. A very complicated expression immediately appeared on her face. Self-mockery? Shame? Shock? There were probably all kinds of emotions, but there was no contempt and disdain. Thinking about the things he had done before, he really felt like a child who had never seen the world throwing a tantrum. It was so embarrassing. Thank you for saving me, Lin Jiaojiao said. Save you? Don't get me wrong. I just think you are an eyesore, so I threw you over. It's not saving. Don't be grateful. I dealt with him for other reasons. Ling Xiao was really not so kind to save a person who mocked and ridiculed him, but this woman took up too much space. Throwing her to Zhang Lei was just a matter of convenience. You! Lin Jiaojiao really wanted to find a hole to hide in at this time. She thought she was a blessed girl, but it turned out that he didn't care about her at all. Her face was pale, and she lowered her noble head. The young man who looked useless at first seemed so tall in her eyes at this time. On the other side, Hua Tai Sui, who was screaming, also came to his senses. Bastard, you dare to attack me! Do you know who I am? The pain made it difficult for him to speak. His face was full of pain and anger at this time. I am Hua Tai Sui. You dare to attack me, I will kill your whole family. TSK, if I didn't know your identity, I would be too lazy to do it. Ling Xiao sat directly on Hua Tai Sui, and then continued. Ling Long Fairy's gigolo, Wang Shi's slave, haha, look who I am. At this moment, Ling Xiao removed the disguise on his face and showed his true face. Ling Xiao! Hua Tai Sui, Zhang Lei and others almost shouted this name at the same time. Haha, I seem to be quite famous. Ling Xiao laughed. Impossible! You fled into the forest of 1,000 ghosts. How could you still be alive? Hua Tai Sui shouted in horror. Zhang Lei and the others were also surprised. It was said that cultivators who entered the 1,000 Ghost Forest, even if they were Heaven Realm Masters, had never come out alive. This Ling Xiao was just an early Transcendent Realm early stage cultivator, so how could he still be alive? I'm really sorry. I'm really still alive. What can I do? Even the heavens aren't willing to take my life. Ling Xiao shrugged. Kill him! Hurry up and kill him, you bunch of trash! Hua Tai Sui shouted at the people he brought. However, none of them dared to approach Ling Xiao. In the hearts of the Xiao family's martial artists, Ling Xiao was basically a demonic god. After killing Fairy Linglong and 2 other experts from the Yuhua school, he fled into the forest of 1,000 ghosts. He had thought that the Fiend Celestial was finished. But today, the demon god had appeared again, and he was still alive and well. He had completely subdued Hua Tai Sui with one move. He was not human at all. It seems that your subordinates don't dare to make a move. Ling Xiao chuckled. If you don't make a move now, none of you will live when you return. Hua Tai Sui roared angrily. Ling Xiao also looked at those people and said calmly, I'll give you a chance to live. Everyone, Come here and stab this guy. Then you can leave. Hero Ling, is what you said true? Of course. Don't you want to kill this villain? Yes. Of course we want to. This Hua Tai Sui is unpardonable. We've wanted him dead for a long time. Unfortunately, we're too weak to be his opponent. Then it's easy. Now that I'm giving you such a chance, you must seize it. Ling Xiao stood up and walked to the side, making a gesture of invitation. Hua Tai Sui wanted to struggle, but strangely, no matter how he moved, he could not get rid of the 4 swords. Don't waste your energy. Those aren't ordinary swords. They're a small confinement array. Unless you have the strength of 10,000 jin, don't even think about it, Ling Xiao said calmly. Those subordinates of Hua Tai Sui walked over with their swords. Hua Tai Sui, you deserve this. Do you still remember my daughter who was sold to the brothel? And my wife? Everyone here has a deep hatred for you. Kill! If you dare to touch me, the Beast King Palace will not let you off. Hua Tai Sui was anxious and finally mentioned the Beast King Palace. The Beast King Palace will not care about the life of a rapist. As for that Wang Shi, I'm going to the Shah Castle to take his life. When those people heard this, they no longer hesitated. Pft! Pft! In an instant, Hua Tai Sui's body was stabbed more than 10 times. He looked like he was on the verge of death. Remember one sentence, the heavens are clear and the retribution is not good. After saying this, Ling Xiao cut off Hua Tai Sui's head. Looking at the completely dead Hua Tai Sui, Zhang Lei and the others felt a chill in their hearts. This young man is too scary. Demon God! Zhang Long exclaimed. Are you talking to me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Brother Ling, please spare my cousin. Zhang Lei hurriedly pulled Zhang Long and Zhang Hu to kneel down. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Demon God, TSK, I like this title very much. Alright, there's nothing for you here. We're about to reach the Shah Castle. You don't need my protection. You can go back by yourselves, Ling Xiao said with a smile. I'm sorry. At this time, Ling Jiaojiao's emotions were a little out of control. She kept kowtowing to Ling Xiao. She was probably frightened by Ling Xiao's decisive killing style. Goodbye. Ling Xiao did not look at Lin Jiaojiao. With a move, he disappeared into the dense forest. Little Jiao, now do you understand why your cousin told you not to be too arrogant outside? Zhang Lei sighed and sat on the ground. Fortunately, he is not the kind of person who kills innocent people. Otherwise, based on what you said to him before, he definitely has a reason to kill you. Cousin, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again, Lin Jiaojiao cried. She was really scared. She had always grown up in the family, and received a lot of care from the elders. She was used to bullying people. She was still like this outside. She could be considered lucky to have met Ling Xiao. If it had been someone else, they might not have had it so easy. Well, don't cry. It's good that you know you're wrong. Remember, after returning to the Shah Castle, none of you talk nonsense. Otherwise, you will be killed, Zhang Lei said to the 2 cousins behind him. Got it, cousin? Chapter 486. Early in the morning, the gate of Ling Long's celestial palace was crowded with people. The reason was that a dead body was hanging on the gate of Ling Long's celestial palace. It was Hua Tai Sui's. His head had been cut off, but it had been put back together. He looked miserable. He had been stabbed many times, and he was still hanging there. Many people in the crowd were cheering for him secretly. Hua Tai Sui had run amok in the Shah Castle for many years. He had done many evil things. Everyone had the right to kill him. However, no one had been able to deal with him. Those who were weak could not beat him. Those who were strong did not want to bother with him. However, on this day, this arrogant villain who had done all kinds of evil things was dead. It seemed that he had died a miserable death. I wonder who killed this villain. I will build a golden body for him and build a cultivation temple. A middle-aged man who looked very rich had tears in his eyes as he said excitedly. He used to be a local rich man. However, when he came back from a business trip, his wife and daughter were both dead. He found out it was Hua Tai Sui who had killed them. Since he could not force them, he decided to kill them. His wife and daughter were hanging on a big tree at the gate of the Shah castle. They looked miserable. I can do anything for him. Thank you, my great benefactor. Thank you, my great benefactor, for avenging my wife. A young man in his 20s knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. His wife was kidnapped by Hua Tai Sui on their wedding night. However, he found her cold dead body outside the next day. He hated it. He had been practicing martial arts for many years. Unfortunately, he was only a martial vein warrior. It was almost impossible for him to take revenge. However, he got what he wanted today. His wife could rest in peace in the afterlife. There were many people like this. Hua Tai Sui, this person, owed too many blood debts to be counted. A man walked out of Ling Long's celestial palace. It was Wang Shi. Looking at the dead body hanging there coldly, he asked, "Who did this?" "Palace Lord, there is a name on the dead body. It's Ling Xiao." "Ling Xiao!" Wang Shi flew into a rage when he heard the name. The reason he came to the Xia family fort was to hunt down Ling Xiao, to avenge his junior martial brothers and sisters, and to avenge his women. However, as soon as he arrived, he began to covet Fairy Ling Long's sub-dragon martial soul. He originally thought that his plan was flawless, but in the end, he was ruthlessly played by Ling Xiao. Not only did he fail to obtain the dragon subspecies martial soul, but he also watched as Ling Xiao escaped. The anger in his heart was already very strong. But now, Ling Xiao had actually returned. This guy actually came back alive from the forest of 1,000 ghosts. How did he do it? Could it be that this guy really wasn't human, but a ferocious beast? Could it be someone impersonating him? I'm well aware of Ling Xiao's strength. He's at most an early-stage transcendent realm cultivator. How could he have killed Hua Tai Sui so easily? What's more, there are several transcendent realm cultivators following Hua Tai Sui. Wang Shi frowned. But immediately, he thought of Tai Shan and Zhan Lu who had been killed by Ling Xiao. Those two had higher cultivations than Hua Tai Sui, but hadn't Ling Xiao still killed them all the same? That little brat's strength really couldn't be judged by his cultivation alone, otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Palace Master, do you think Ling Xiao's cultivation will improve again after entering the forest of 1,000 ghosts for nearly a month? A cultivator next to him asked worriedly. Do you think it's so easy to break through to the transcendent realm? Wang Shi angrily said. The higher one reaches the transcendent realm, the more difficult it is to break through. Even if his cultivation has broken through in the past 20 days, he's probably only at the middle or late stage of the transcendent realm. Even if he's at the peak of the transcendent realm, so what? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Although he said so, Wang Shi's heart had suffered a heavy blow. Less than 2 months ago, he learned that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the early stage of the transcendent realm. But now, he was worried about Ling Xiao's terrifying breakthrough speed. This might be his only chance to kill Ling Xiao. If he missed this opportunity, Ling Xiao's cultivation and strength would become even more terrifying in the future. At that time, it would be absolutely impossible to kill him. I'm actually afraid of that little brat. Wang Shi felt incredulous. But this was his true feeling right now, he was truly afraid. Ling Xiao's potential was simply too terrifying. Put down the bodies and bury them, then wait. I believe Ling Xiao will show up soon, and this time, I definitely won't let him escape. Wang Shi clenched his fists and said, There's a path to heaven, but he doesn't want to take it. Since he wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. For Wang Shi, sending people into the mountains to search for Ling Xiao was a very unrealistic thing. Because most cultivators now had an extremely strong sense of fear towards Ling Xiao, even if he was 10 times stronger, no one would dare take him on. Therefore, he could only wait for Ling Xiao to show up. Boom! Suddenly, Hua Tai Sui's body exploded, and the 2 cultivators of the Ling Long celestial palace who were close to the body were killed on the spot. It seemed the explosion had been calculated, and it would not have hurt the innocent. Hateful little brat! Wang Shi gnashed his teeth in hatred. He really hoped Ling Xiao would show up directly on impulse, so that he would not have to worry about him in the future. Report. At this moment, a man riding a horse rushed over from afar in a hurry. As he ran, he shouted loudly, "Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao has shown up!" He got off the horse when he got close. "What's going on?" Wang Shi asked. "Palace Master, Ling Xiao is here. He has shown up in the Sha Castle," the cultivator reported loudly. "Where is he now?" Wang Shi was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect the idiot Ling Xiao to come to the Sha Castle. Was he courting death? "Palace Master, Ling Xiao went to the brothel." "Brothel? Heh, this little brat is also a man. He went to the Sha Castle as soon as he arrived there." Wang Shi could not help but burst out laughing. The others also burst out laughing. "No, Palace Master, that little brat said he was going to destroy the brothel and set those women free." "What?" Ling Xiao was not going to be a chivalrous person, but he had no choice. He was really annoyed. Although he could not save all the people in the world by himself, and he did not have such a great ambition either. But he could do something if he was annoyed. Especially since the brothel was the property of the Beast King Palace. He and the Beast King Palace had been enemies for a long time. Wouldn't it be great to destroy it? Wang Shi said coldly after hearing what the cultivator had said. "Did he ask for help?" "No, Ling Xiao came here alone. I didn't see any help," the cultivator answered. Chapter 487. Wang Shi was still confused, but he didn't think Ling Xiao was such a reckless person. But he couldn't figure it out, so he decided to catch the guy first. He was a Transcendent Realm LV8 martial artist, and he had more than 1,000 martial artists under his command, all of whom were recruited from Fairy Linglong. Although these martial artists were generally only at LV3 or LV4 of the Transcendent Realm, they were still a powerful force when they joined forces. Since this guy was courting death, he would let him have his way. When they arrived at the brothel, it had become a ruin. More than a dozen corpses were lying on the ground, all of them belonging to the brothel's martial artists. These people had killed many women. As for the women of the brothel, they had all been released by Ling Xiao, and they were hiding somewhere else. As long as he could kill Wang Shi and destroy Ling Long's celestial palace, these women would have nothing to fear. Ling Xiao was standing on the ruins, holding his sword, looking very handsome. As the breeze blew, his long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his black robe made him look like a legendary demon god. He was mysterious and terrifying. "Brother Wang, you took so long. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing Wang Shi, Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Ling Xiao! I didn't expect you to have the nerve to break into the Sha Castle alone. But since you are here today, you will never leave here alive!" A ferocious look appeared on Wang Shi's face. His eyes were full of killing intent, and the shadow of a giant python appeared behind him. The giant python was more than 30 feet long and as thick as a bucket. "The giant python martial soul?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "No wonder you hate me so much. You must have a special relationship with Shimei, right?" "Yes, she is my first woman, and she is also my junior sister apprentice," Wang Shi said angrily. "Oh, I see. By the way, I have a question for you. Where are Wu Yang and Qin Wu from Yuehua School?" "They have returned to Yuehua School. They said they were going to prepare for the pagoda ascension ceremony," Wang Shi answered. "You have asked enough questions. Just come down and die. Accept your death?" Ling Xiao floated down and smiled. "I'm sorry, Brother Wang. I'm not here to die. I'm here to kill you. Ha 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 ha, boy, you've got guts. Let's see if you have the ability to do so," Wang Shi sneered. "From the moment you entered the Sha family castle, you lost your last chance to escape. Kill him!" For a time, a large number of martial artists appeared out of nowhere. With 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, Ling Xiao was completely surrounded. Not to mention escaping, it was probably impossible for him to even go out for a breather. The outermost layer was made up of archers. Every one of them held a shiny crossbow in their hands and aimed it at Ling Xiao. Needless to say, these crossbows and arrows must have been coated with poison. Since Wang Shi wanted to kill him, it was impossible for him to be merciful. This was basic knowledge. The cultivators in the middle were all cultivators between the 5th and 6th layers of the Transcendent Realm, all of whom were closely guarded, ready to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao at any moment. The frontmost layer was made up of cultivators below the 4th layer of the Transcendent Realm. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder, expendable goods. These people were used to weaken Ling Xiao's combat strength. Wang Shi quickly retreated to the middle of the group. Although he was confident he could kill Ling Xiao, he could use the most energy-efficient method. Naturally, he wouldn't choose to fight one-on-one. Ho ho, such a grand welcoming ceremony, should I be thanking Brother Wang? Ling Xiao still stood in the middle of the group with his sword in hand, looking at Wang Shi indifferently, not the slightest bit shaken by the sudden change in the situation. Ling Xiao, you're too cunning. I won't fight you one-on-one, this isn't a spar. I'll do whatever it takes to kill you. When Wang Shi said these words, his face didn't turn red or his heart didn't race. Obviously, he was a ruthless character. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I didn't expect Brother Wang to fight me one-on-one. If I wanted to kill someone, the means I used would be even more ruthless than this. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wang Shi suddenly felt a little worried. What did Ling Xiao mean by this? Was he bluffing? Or was he really planning something else? Afraid? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, Come, let me see your determination to kill me. Today, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Either you die or I die. He didn't think Wang Shi was despicable. Because if you want to kill someone, talk about fairness and justice, talk about being open and aboveboard, that would be too laughable and pedantic. Since they were already like fire and water, there was no such thing as despicable. Whoever killed the other represented justice. The weak didn't even have the right to choose death. Still not attacking? Wang Shi shouted angrily. Kill him! Although he was still a little worried, Wang Shi was confident that his arrangements today were sufficient. Even if Ling Xiao had some kind of plot, he could use the cultivators below the 4th layer of the Transcendent Realm to pave the way for him. This was the role of cannon fodder in the first place. All of you listen to me, once I attack, I won't show any mercy. If you die, don't blame me when you go to hell. Ling Xiao simply put away the ice dragon sword and coldly glared at the hundreds of cultivators below the 4th layer of the Transcendent Realm. This was his final warning. If you die, I will give you a large pension. Our Beast King Palace will take care of your families. If you don't attack, I will kill you all. Wang Shi's voice was extremely cold. Kill. Hearing this, the cultivators' eyes suddenly turned blood red and they completely lost their minds. In any case, if they attacked, they would die. If they didn't attack, they would die. They had to choose a more meaningful way to die. Standing there, Wang Shi sneered and quickly declared, Ling Xiao, you have no chance of survival. Today, you must die. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, just calmly looking at the cultivators approaching him, a murderous intent gradually rising in his eyes. Although these people were forced to do so, he would not show them any mercy. Because once he showed mercy, he would be the one to die. He wasn't Buddha, nor was he the Holy Mother. It was impossible for him to sacrifice himself to save others. Behind him, the phantom of a giant hemlock tree appeared. The terrifying power released by this martial spirit caused these cultivators to tremble in fear. Die. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The phantom of the hemlock tree trembled and stretched out its branches, covering a radius of several hundred meters. Except for those who were watching the show outside, Wang Shi and his subordinates were all wrapped up. So. Countless spikes protruded from the ground. Ah! Screams rang out one after another as cultivators fell one after another. Release the arrows, Wang Shi waved his hand gloomily. He didn't care about the lives of the cannon fodder in front of him. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, even if all the cultivators here died today, it didn't matter as long as he didn't die. Asterisk so. Asterisk arrows shot out one after another. Chapter 488. When the arrows shot by the archers got close to Ling Xiao, it was as if they had hit something. They shattered easily and fell to the ground, having no effect at all. However, the archers were in a miserable state. The sharp spikes flew past the experts in the middle and headed straight for the archers behind them. Another wave of screams rang out. Ling Xiao was the least afraid of numbers. On the contrary, the more people there were, the stronger he would become. In addition to the mountain river martial soul's ability to devour true yuan, there was now a simplified version of the 10,000 beast blood refining array. The 10,000 beast blood refining array was not as simple as refining the essence of beasts. It could also refine martial artists. Therefore, the more people that died, the stronger the 10,000 evil beast soul spear that Ling Xiao condensed would be, and the more powerful its combat power would be. Although this method of fighting seemed a little evil, since the other party was an enemy, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. On the ground, there was a strange red glow and some terrifying inscriptions. Not good, let's rush out first. This guy has set up a trap here. Wang Shi was experienced and quickly realized where the danger was. Therefore, he led the group of experts in an attempt to rush out of the Iron Mountain cage. Brother Wang, don't waste your time. Since I dared to keep you here, I won't give you a chance to escape. Ling Xiao's Iron Mountain cage had been strengthened by the Earth's spiritual energy, and could continuously absorb the Earth's spiritual energy from the Earth. Unless he was killed, no one could escape. Brat, you actually used such an evil array. If news of this gets out, you're finished. What a joke. If you can bully me with numbers, why can't I use an array? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You said that my array is evil. Then, what kind of martial arts isn't evil? Unless you don't use it to hurt people. Wang Shi was speechless. He glared at Ling Xiao. Brother Wang, it's time to end this. After killing you, I still have to go back to Yuehua School to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. I don't have time to play with you here. Ling Xiao smiled and slowly walked towards Wang Shi. Suddenly, the ground bulged, and a sharp claw stretched out from the ground, directly grabbing Ling Xiao's vital point. Those claws were extremely sharp. Under the sun, they actually flickered with a strange cold light. The attack this time was extremely sudden and tricky. If it was someone else, they would have admitted defeat. However, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. Displaying one slight skill before an expert. He had been releasing the true essence ball all this time, so he had long discovered what was hidden underground. The reason why he hadn't moved was because he wanted to beat them at their own game. When the claw reached out, he suddenly made his move. His right hand had already turned into a dragon claw. He directly grabbed the thing underground and pulled it out. It was a large rat. A large white rat. It was as big as a dog. This was King Snake's pet. He had always relied on this pet. With this pet, he had once ambushed an enemy who was stronger than him, and killed him. He was confident that this time, Ling Xiao would also fall for it. However, the reality made him shudder with fear. It's not good for such a big rat to run around. Let's kill it. Ling Xiao glanced at King Snake and couldn't help but chuckle. The true essence in his hand surged, and a thick chi sword shot out. Little White, be careful! King Snake cried out in alarm. The situation changed too quickly, and his expression hadn't changed yet. He originally thought that Little White's sneak attack could successfully injure Ling Xiao, and then he would launch an attack and definitely kill Ling Xiao. However, the situation now was completely different from what he had imagined. It had even turned around. He had a deep friendship with Little White. This little thing had accompanied him since he was young, from weak to strong. His relationship with him was even deeper than his parents'. He naturally didn't want Little White to die. If you don't want it to die, don't let it out. He smiled faintly at King Snake, and then the rat's shrill scream was heard. Squeak, 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 squeak. After you die, remember to choose the right master in the future. Don't mix around with that idiot. The chi sword had already pierced through the rat's body, and blood flowed all over the ground. Squeak! Before the rat died, it actually burst out a dazzling attack. It spat out a cloud of black smoke and shot directly at Ling Xiao's head. Of course, it didn't know what regret was. It was just a brainless rat that obeyed its master. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Ling Xiao actually swallowed the black smoke into his stomach in one gulp. TSK, TSK, it's actually poisonous smoke. The taste isn't very good. I'll return it to you. Ling Xiao frowned, then opened his mouth and spat. The poisonous smoke that was originally inhaled actually flew towards King Snake and the others. Quickly hold your breath! King Snake shouted, but the speed of the poisonous smoke was too fast. Many martial artists were still hit. They fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. After a while, they lost their vitality. In the sky, there was a figure covered by a cloud. It was actually the Moon Maiden. She originally planned to return to the Yuehua school alone. However, she was really worried about Ling Xiao, so she followed Ling Xiao to the Sha castle. She was almost ready to attack just now, but she didn't expect Ling Xiao to be completely fine. She was worried for nothing. This guy is even more terrifying than I thought. The Moon Maiden shook her head and continued to watch the battle. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she definitely wouldn't attack. Otherwise, it would definitely be detrimental to Ling Xiao's development. Little White. In the blink of an eye, Little White sneaked up on Ling Xiao and killed him. It happened in the blink of an eye. Even if King Snake wanted to save it, it was already too late. Here you go. Ling Xiao threw Little White's corpse to King Snake. However, King Snake didn't catch it. He let the corpse fall to the ground and stabbed into the spikes. Trying to trick me? No way. King Snake said coldly. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, I really didn't play any tricks this time. I just thought that your little pet was not bad, so I wanted to return its body to you. Look at you, you're such a person. King Snake looked at Little White's corpse, and his face turned red and white. In the end, his various expressions converged into a bone-chilling murderous intent. A snake spear appeared in King Snake's hand. He said to Ling Xiao in a bone-chilling voice, No matter what, you will die today. You've said the same thing many times. Even if you don't find it annoying, I'm tired of hearing it. Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said to King Snake. In fact, he wanted to say the same thing. Today, all the martial artists here would die. He didn't care who was the mastermind and who was the accomplice. Whoever dared to chase after him would die. Tolerating the pursuit of the enemy wasn't kindness, but stupidity. Sooner or later, he would be killed. Chapter 489. Ling Xiao hated being hunted down, so whoever tried to kill him, he would make them pay the heaviest price. Even if he couldn't kill them because of his strength, he would make sure they never had a day of peace. Lao Wangxi looked around. Those who were dead, and those who were injured were injured. There was no one who could help him. Even his pet had been killed by Ling Xiao. Now, if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he would have to do it himself. The giant python phantom flickered and a layer of green scales appeared on his body. If Yang Kai wasn't mistaken, this should be a defensive martial soul battle skill that used the giant python's scales to enhance its defense. It was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao's heavenly dragon scale armor, but because it relied on the power of his martial soul, it was much tougher. However, Ling Xiao no longer relied on the heavenly dragon scale armor. His earth spirit body's defense in its normal state was even more terrifying than the heavenly dragon scale armor. On the green scales, wisps of dark green true yuan gas were emitted. At this time, Wang Shi looked like a giant python instead of a human. His eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao, as if he wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. The gigantic python's shadow coiled behind him. It also stuck its head out and stared at Ling Xiao with its huge eyes. Although a transcendent 8th layer cultivator was only at the initial stage, the fusion of his martial soul and soul had basically reached a perfect state, so he was much more powerful than the previous cultivators. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Shi indifferently, still maintaining an indifferent expression on his face. Indeed, his opponent was an early-stage transcendent 8th layer cultivator. However, the all-evil beast soul spear in his body was a sure kill skill he had obtained from the evil beast Demon King. And even now, it still possessed terrifying lethality. As long as Yang Kai chose the right opportunity to release it, Wang Shi would die. The gap in strength seemed great, but in fact, from the beginning of this battle, the outcome had already been decided. Suddenly, Wang Shi moved. The serpent's spear abruptly pierced out, turning into numerous shadows. Like a poisonous snake, it spat out its tongue and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Although he was still standing in the same place, the snake's shadow had already shot out at an extremely fast speed. In a battle between Transcendent Realm cultivators, even if they didn't engage in close combat, it was still possible to resolve it. The only difference was that in terms of attack power, it was naturally not as great as using a weapon to strike the opponent's body. The snake's shadows went straight for Ling Gao's vital points, making it impossible for Ling Xiao to dodge. However, Ling Xiao didn't move. He extended both hands, and 6 swords of energy appeared. He had successfully condensed the 6th Qi sword on his way to the Sha Castle. After breaking through to the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, this matter had become much easier to accomplish. Pa 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 pa. The 6 Qi swords blocked all of the snake's shadow's attacks, producing a muffled explosion. However, this did not seem to be beyond Wang Shi's expectations. After the snake's shadow appeared, he quickly rushed forward and swept the snake's spear in his hand towards Ling Xiao's lower body. The terrifying power of the martial soul was added to the long spear, and it actually emitted a sound similar to the hiss of a python. Snake Shadow Spear Art, Python Devour Style. The snake's spear seemed to have suddenly transformed into a giant python, opening its bloody maw and biting towards Ling Xiao's lower body. One could even clearly smell the fishy smell coming from it. Cloud Dragon Divine Trek, Illusion Array. Ling Xiao used his movement skill to dodge, but Wang Shi once again rushed forward, the snake's spear in his hand continuously attacking, forcing Ling Xiao to be unable to counterattack. The two of them exchanged more than 20 moves in a row inside the Iron Mountain cage. Wang Shi showed a sneer. He clearly understood Ling Xiao's cultivation, Ling Xiao's moves, and Ling Xiao's reliance. He believed that Ling Xiao's current cultivation was at most the early Transcendent Realm's 6th layer. What Ling Xiao relied on was nothing more than that strange movement skill of his. Since that was the case, killing Ling Xiao would not be a problem. Snake Shadow Spear Art, Snake Shadow Cup. Suddenly, Wang Shi's move changed, and the snake's spear in his hand flew out like an arrow, shooting towards Ling Xiao's throat. Ling Xiao originally intended to block it, but the moment he was about to react, he suddenly changed his move. Hemlock Martial Soul, 1,000-ton heavy staff. The huge Hemlock Martial Soul merged into the 1,000-ton heavy staff and smashed it into the ground. At that moment, the snake's spear piercing towards Ling Xiao's neck disappeared, and another spear shot out from the ground. Is this the Snake Shadow Cup? It's really an exquisite spear art, but unfortunately it's useless in front of me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, still standing there steadily. Do you think you've seen through me? Do you think you can kill me? Do you think everything is under your control? Wrong, it's just a ridiculous illusion. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in Wang Shi's ears, causing him to panic. Ling Xiao's performance was too surprising. He had no choice but to reevaluate his opponent. It's time to end this. I don't have time to waste here with you. Thunder and Lightning Constellation, Flying Snow. Unknowingly, the Ice Dragon sword had already appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Thunder and lightning roared, and the sword in his hand was filled with a ferocious and shocking power. Then, it tore through the air and pierced towards Wang Shi. The cold aura caused Wang Shi's body to tremble. The dark green scales all over his body became even thicker. He clearly knew that he couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack, so he could only defend with all his might. As long as he wasn't hit by Ling Xiao's attack, he shouldn't die. The flying snow was too fast. It was so fast that Wang Shi couldn't react in time. The attack, which was wrapped in the power of lightning, hit the dark green scale armor fiercely. Bam! With a loud explosion, Wang Shi's body was actually sent flying backwards by the terrifying impact. The spikes on the ground were shattered by the dark green scales. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, your attack is only SOSO. Although Wang Shi was in a sorry state, he was so excited that he laughed out loud when he saw that his scales had not shattered. Crack! Just as Wang Shi was laughing out loud, cracks appeared on his scales, and there were still residual electric currents coiling around them. It seems like I'm still lacking a little. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, and without waiting for Wang Shi to react, the sword in his hand thrust it out once again. This time, the sword was even faster. Wind and rain celestial phenomenon, flying snow. The wind's splitting effect and acceleration effect, the rain's corrosive effect. These were the key to Ling Xiao's choice. Break! Ling Xiao shouted softly. Crack! Pa! Finally, Wang Shi, who had just stood up, was knocked down again. Not only that, the cracks on his scales became bigger and bigger, and finally, they completely split open. The remaining sword Shi pierced Wang Shi's body. Damn it! Wang Shi felt a sweetness in his throat, and a trace of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was actually injured. When fighting against martial warriors of the same level, he had not been injured for a long time, but this time, facing Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was clearly much weaker than his, he was actually injured. Chapter 490. This is troublesome. Wang Shi had a bad premonition that Ling Xiao had broken his scales and injured him. Novel La. N. As expected of an 8th layer transcendent realm cultivator. Although he's only an early stage cultivator, he's still not easy to deal with. Ling Xiao couldn't help but nod with a regretful look on his face. In fact, if he didn't have to use the all-evil beast soul spear, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been willing to use it. The all-evil beast soul spear could only be condensed using the 10,000 beast blood refining array. Normally, it wouldn't be easy to condense it, so he really didn't want to use it. However, Wang Shi's defensive power was beyond his imagination. The toughness of his scales was terrifying. If he wanted to kill Wang Shi in one go, it seemed that he really would have to use the all-evil beast soul spear to launch a surprise attack. What's more, he really couldn't waste any more time. He believed that someone had already reported what happened here to the Beast King Palace. It probably wouldn't be long before the disciples of the nearby Beast King Palace arrived. At that time, as long as even one core disciple of the Beast King Palace appeared, he would be in danger. If a Heaven Realm Elder came, it would be even more troublesome. Therefore, he had to end this quickly and then escape. Smelly brat, your strength really exceeded my expectations. Originally, I didn't plan to use my high-grade gold-grade martial skill on a piece of trash like you, but it seems that I have to use it today. Although Wang Shi said that nothing had happened to him, in fact, the 2 consecutive attacks had almost scared him out of his wits. His resentment and hatred for Ling Xiao had accumulated to the extreme, so at this moment, he would rather use a high-grade gold-grade martial skill that he hadn't mastered yet. He believed that Ling Xiao was just an outer disciple of the Yuhua school, so he definitely wouldn't be able to learn such a high-level martial skill. Ling Xiao just looked at Wang Shi indifferently as the all-evil beast soul spear in his body began to prepare. After all, the all-evil beast soul spear was condensed by the evil beast demon king, so it wasn't very obedient. It was like a naughty pet, so if he wanted to control it to attack, he had to prepare a little. Superior gold-grade martial skill? Ling Xiao was a little stunned. As far as he was concerned, a martial skill of this level could only be considered trash. This guy was like a treasure. But thinking about it carefully, Wang Shi's reaction should be the normal reaction. In the Yuehua school, only the core disciples were qualified to practice superior gold-tier martial arts. Even so, it was still very difficult to obtain one. As for the other disciples, it was already very good for them to be able to cultivate a gold-grade precious grade martial art. This one she was only the weakest core disciple in the Beast King Palace. It must not have been easy for him to obtain a superior gold-grade martial skill. Therefore, in his opinion, this thing was really a treasure. Die, outer disciple of the Yuehua school! So what if your talent is outstanding? If you aren't a core disciple of your sect, you won't be able to learn such a powerful martial skill. One she sneered, and the Jinyuan wrapped around the snake's spear in his hand became denser. At the same time, the giant python phantom behind him became smaller and smaller. In the end, only a green ball was left, which was integrated into this attack. The long spear trembled and turned into a living giant python. The dense Jinyuan made the onlookers tremble. Is Hero Ling okay? Hero Ling, you must win! Damn it, this Wang Shi actually has a superior gold-grade martial skill. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. There were also powerful people in the crowd. Some people had good eyesight, but they didn't have much talent for cultivation. However, they had a rich understanding of martial arts in the world. There were also some experts who were watching the battle with interest and commented on the onlookers. This move that Wang Shi used should be a special martial soul combat skill. It integrated everything about the martial soul. This is the specialty of the Beast King Palace. They are the best at this. Yes, this move seems to be called Sky Snake Fatal Spear? That's right. Just as the onlookers were discussing, Wang Shi used his attack. The roaring giant python seemed to have grown a pair of thin cicada wings. Its speed was so fast that it was even faster than Ling Zhao's flying snow. In the sky, the Moon Lady stared at the giant python nervously. As long as Ling Xiao was in danger, she would not hesitate to block the attack. However, she couldn't do that now. She couldn't interfere with Ling Zhao's battle until the last moment. She knew this young man's character too well. If she really did that, it would make Ling Xiao unhappy. Good! A confident smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. A superior gold-grade martial skill? A core disciple of the Beast King Palace only has this little bit of knowledge. In his body, the all-evil beast soul's spear was completely under his control. Then, black smoke appeared around him, as if there were countless vengeful spirits wailing. I will release you now! The black spear appeared directly behind Ling Xiao. The strange black light caused the surrounding space to distort. The all-evil beast soul's spear! It was also a spear, but even a fool could see how powerful Ling Zhao's all-evil beast soul spear was. Following his shout, the spear appeared. All kinds of strange inscriptions appeared on the black spear. It was strange and mysterious. What martial skill is that? What is the all-evil beast soul spear? I've never heard of it. How can this martial skill be so terrifying? Is it a superior gold-grade martial skill? That's impossible. Ling Xiao is rumored to be an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. How can he learn a superior gold-grade martial skill? This is too strange. The jaws of the passing experts almost fell to the ground. They thought that Ling Zhao's superior gold-grade martial skill would be enough to suppress Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would use an even more terrifying martial skill? It seems that I don't have to worry about this kid anymore. I didn't expect him to be able to subdue the all-evil beast soul spear of the evil beast demon king. What is his martial soul? In the sky, the Moon Lady smiled wryly. She felt that she was worrying too much. She didn't need to treat Ling Xiao like a baby. He was a mature martial artist who had experienced many life and death battles. Inside the Iron Mountain cage, the all-evil beast soul's spear didn't cause any discomfort. Of course, Ling Xiao had spent a lot of time preparing to use the all-evil beast soul spear. Although the all-evil beast soul spear's power was less than 1% of the evil beast demon king's, it was enough to deal with Wang Shi. It was more than enough. Black light danced in the sky. Ling Xiao pushed his hands forward, and the black spear made the sky look ferocious. Wherever the spear passed, the plants on the ground withered rapidly. The original corpses were also sucked dry of blood and turned into withered corpses. Chapter 491. She stared fixedly at the terrifying black spear. Novel, despair flashed across his eyes. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a terrifying trump card prepared for him. "Master, save me!" He let out a shrill roar at the sky. Tens of thousands of miles away in the Beast King Palace, an inner sect elder suddenly opened his eyes and sped towards the direction of the Shao family castle. His cultivation was on par with the flame deity. Although he could not fly, he could glide for a long time, and his speed was not slow either. Therefore, even if he was tens of thousands of miles away, it would only take him about an hour to reach the Shah family castle. Even so, the elder still felt that it was too slow, so he directly used the secret technique scroll that he had kept for a long time. The secret technique scroll could only be used once. Therefore, it was extremely precious. The secret technique scroll in his hand was the 1,000 miles near secret technique, which allowed him to travel tens of thousands of miles in an instant to reach his destination. He had to do this for Wang Shi. Wang Shi was his most outstanding disciple and one of the future hopes of the Beast King Palace. He could not die here. At this moment, in the Iron Mountain cage, Wang Shi poured all his true qi into the Sky Snake lethal spear. He sensed his master's arrival, so as long as he could stall for time and save his own life, he would be able to wait for his master. Boom! With a loud explosion, the corpse in the Iron Mountain cage was blown to smithereens, and the black spear collided with the Sky Snake lethal spear. Then, the Sky Snake lethal spear was easily destroyed like it was made of paper. The black spear pierced through Wang Shi without any resistance. With a scream, Wang Shi's body was sent flying, and he crashed heavily into the Iron Mountain cage. He was nailed to the Iron Mountain cage by the black spear, and blood flowed from his back. However, the early-stage Transcendent Realm 8th level cultivator was still alive. When the smoke dispersed, Ling Xiao was still standing there, unscathed. There was not even a trace of a tear on his clothes. In the sky, the Moon Maiden's beautiful face showed a proud smile. That kind of feeling was like watching her man flaunting his prowess. It was especially comfortable. "We won!" Some of the onlookers cheered. "That King Snake is not dead yet." Some people seemed to be very vigilant. "Even if he's not dead, he should be severely injured. There's no way he can win against young hero Ling, that's true. This time, Wang Shi is completely defeated. This feeling is really great." Ling Xiao looked at Wang Shi, who was nailed to the cage, and said, "As I said, I'm here to kill you today, so you have to die." "Ah!" Wang Shi roared like a madman. But suddenly, his body began to tremble violently. "I advise you not to move around recklessly." The all-evil beast soul spear is the evil beast demon king's famous consummate skill. Its most frightening aspect is not its destructive power, but its ability to continuously absorb the essence of its victims. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Shi and said, "If you don't move, you can still die peacefully. But if you struggle, I'm afraid you'll die a horrible death." Ling Xiao did not feel any pity for Wang Shi at all. Wang Shi had brought all of this upon himself. The arrogant core disciple of the Beast King Palace thought that he could kill Ling Xiao. Hence, he chased after Ling Xiao all the way to Sha Castle and conspired with Fairy Ling Long to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, he was killed by Ling Xiao in Sha Castle. It was a story to be told. "Bastard, do you think that you can live after I'm dead?" Wang Shi roared furiously. "My master will be here soon. When that time comes, it will be your time to die." His voice was filled with endless hatred and anger. "Are you talking about this old man?" A woman's voice was heard in the sky. Then, an old corpse was thrown down. "Moon Lady?" Ling Xiao was delighted. He did not expect the Moon Lady to still be here. She's still interested in me. In fact, with Ling Xiao's mountain river martial soul, he could see Wang Shi's master but not the Moon Lady. After all, the difference in strength was too big. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was prepared to deal with Wang Shi's master. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least run. He had already thought of a plan to retreat. Knowledge didn't expect that when this old man appeared, he would already be a corpse. Master! Wang Shi was in despair. Looking at the smashed corpse, he no longer had the confidence to fight with Ling Xiao. How dare you kill an inner sect elder of the Beast King Palace? Does the Yuehua school not want to exist anymore? Wang Shi was stunned. He could not believe that this was real. So what if I killed him? If the Beast King Palace is not satisfied, then destroy it too. The woman in the sky was domineering. Although she was a peerless beauty, the words that came out of her mouth were really domineering to the extreme. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh bitterly. If he could be as domineering as her one day, he would be a true elite. Did you hear that, Wang Shi? Since your master is dead, you should go with him so that he won't be lonely on the way. No, I don't want to die. As long as you let me go, I can give you a complete set of upper gold grade martial arts. When the shadow of death loomed over him, Wang Shi had completely lost the determination in his heart. He actually begged Ling Xiao for mercy. Upper gold grade martial arts? Ha, but I don't want it. After saying that, Ling Xiao gently hit Wang Shi with his palm. Wang Shi, who was on the verge of death, completely lost his life. His body slid down softly and fell beside his master's tattered corpse. Ling Xiao took Wang Shi's storage ring. However, the Moon Lady took Wang Shi's master's storage ring. In Wang Shi's storage ring, there was only one thing that caught Ling Xiao's attention. It was a secret scroll. Soul fusion? Ling Xiao penetrated the scroll with his soul force and carefully checked its grade and function. It turned out that this secret scroll was a secret scroll that could completely fuse one's martial spirit with a cultivator. The fused state could last for half an hour, and during that time, the cultivator's combat strength would increase by at least 3 times. Furthermore, the cultivator would be able to use some special combat abilities. However, the cultivator had to be at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th level or above. Because Wang Shi's cultivation was not high enough, he could not use it for the time being. Instead, it benefited Ling Xiao. Little brat, I'll take my leave first. This time, the Moon Lady really had to leave first. Ling Xiao's performance made her feel very relieved. She did not think that such a cunning little brat would die so easily outside. Ling Xiao looked in the direction the Moon Lady disappeared and removed the iron cage. He then soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the Yuehua school. Wang Shi was dead, and so were the cultivators who chased after him. He did not want to stay in the Sha family castle any longer. Chapter 492. After Ling Xiao left. The story of a young swordsman who was half a demon and half a swordsman spread around the Sha castle. He destroyed the Linglong Celestial Palace and killed Wang Shi, a core disciple of the Beast King Palace. He had saved countless women who had been harmed and allowed the Sha family castle to return to its former tranquility. In fact, not long after this incident, the Yuehua school sent people to take over the place. Of course, they did so only because the Moon Lady had told Chang Yueying to do so. After all, once the Beast King Palace vented their anger on the Sha castle, many people here would die. It seemed that the Moon Lady, who looked domineering and tough, was actually quite meticulous. Before returning to the Yuehua school, Ling Xiao went to the Divine Sword sect and left behind a large number of mundane grade treasures, fine grade treasures, gold and silver, as well as a large number of panaceas. Then he rushed to the Yuehua school. After returning to the sect, Ling Xiao did not meet anyone. Instead, he went back to his cave abode in the outer sanctum and started to make some preparations. First of all, he used the precious grade treasures he got from the evil beast Demon King's cave to condense his 36 Tiangang swords into precious grade treasures. He also condensed the Drifting Snow sword. So far, his 2 long swords, the Ice Dragon sword and the Drifting Snow sword, had become precious grade treasures. And his 36 Tiangang swords had also become precious grade treasures. No one in the entire Yuehua school could compare to him. Unfortunately, he had used up all his precious grade treasures. Otherwise, he would have given one to Dai Yuling. However, he still had 3 fine grade treasures. He planned to give them to Dai Yuling, Zhao Ji, and Shangguan Lei. He gave them to Dai Yuling because of friendship. He gave them to Zhao Ji and Shangguan Lei because he wanted to win their hearts. Even though the 2 of them were already inner sect disciples, it was still not easy for them to obtain a fine grade artifact. Especially a defense grade treasure. It was the hardest to get among all the magic treasures, but it was the most useful. After that, Ling Xiao spent a day reviewing and absorbing the battle scenes of the past few days. He converted the experience gained from the battle into his own. Through this hard work, his 9 Meridians Ji sword finally entered a state of enlightenment. The comprehension of the last 3 Qi swords only took 2 hours to complete. This was mainly because he had been trying to use the 9 Meridians Qi sword to fight with enemies these days, and the experience he had accumulated was not just a little bit. Just as he had expected, after the 9 Qi swords were completely condensed, he was able to comprehend the real move from the original chant. After all, it was a gold-grade martial art. It was impossible for it to be a simple Qi sword attack. If that was the case, it would be inferior to the Snow Lotus sword art. Now, he was relieved. In order to comprehend this set of martial arts moves, one had to constantly practice and accumulate experience. Then, one would look at the incantation and gain new insights. It was a pity that he had just successfully condensed the 9 Qi swords, so he had only comprehended one move. This move was formed according to the mnemonic chant and his mountain river martial spirit. He had let his martial spirit avatar test its power in the mountain river world. It was extremely terrifying. Just this move alone was comparable to the power of the last move of the Snow Lotus sword art. The key was that the execution speed was faster, and he could use it without drawing his sword. It seemed that as his cultivation continued to increase, and he became more proficient in various martial arts, the Snow Lotus sword art would gradually be eliminated. However, this was a natural law, and he did not care much about it. From the day he started practicing martial arts, he had already practiced many martial arts. There would always be times when he would be eliminated. However, these martial arts not only provided him with a strong fighting strength at that stage, but more importantly, provided him with some rules and knowledge to practice martial arts. This could also be considered a kind of accumulation. If he had not practiced the Snow Lotus sword art before, then the current him would not have been able to practice the 9 Meridians Qi sword so easily. Other than the 9 Meridians Qi sword, Ling Xiao's shadow sword art had also improved. Now, he could already condense 10 sword spirit avatars. That's right, it was sword spirit avatars, and not sword shadow avatars. Previously in the Dragon Submission Mountain range, he had obtained a large number of sword-type martial spirits. Therefore, all of the sword shadow avatars had been condensed into sword spirit avatars. In the end, there were still 3 sword spirit avatars left. As long as they were condensed successfully, he would be able to practice the shadow sword art moves smoothly. In reality, this shadow sword art was the replacement for the Snow Lotus sword art. It was of a higher grade, more powerful, and also a move that used the sword. In addition, he now had 3 out-of-body stage martial spirits in his body. The Plague Demon King martial spirit, the Fairy Dragon martial spirit, and the Hemlock martial spirit had all reached the 1-point out-of-body stage. It was a pity that the Mountain River martial spirit's grade was relatively low, so it could not be improved for the time being. Other than that, there was also the Evil Beast Demon King, imprisoned, an immemorial golden dragon, and a metal piece that was filled with killing intent that was not inferior to the immemorial golden dragon's aura. As for the other martial spirits, he used a portion to strengthen the immemorial golden dragon's soul, and gave the other portion to the Mountain River martial spirit to devour. The Mountain River martial spirit's grade was too low, so it had to be improved. Otherwise, the other martial spirits would be stuck at the 1-day out-of-body stage, unable to be improved. Fortunately, After devouring so many martial spirits, the mountain river martial spirit had reached the pinnacle of the transparent body, and could break through at any time. This was only a matter of time, because the martial spirits that had been devoured needed a longer period of time to digest. He estimated that after this, the mountain river martial spirit would at least be able to reach the pinnacle of the perfect soul virtual body stage. It might even be able to reach the perfect soul physical body stage. This time, the rewards from the Shao family castle and the Dragon Submission Mountain range were simply too great. After finishing these things, Ling Xiao left the cave and prepared to give the 3 defensive treasures to Dai Yuling and the rest. In another 2 days, the Moon Arrival Festival would arrive, and the Pagoda Ascension ceremony would officially begin on the 3rd day after the Moon Arrival Festival. The first 3 days would not be idle, and the main thing was to organize a selection. Other than the seated contestants, the rest of the disciples who had not participated in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony 3 times could participate in the selection. It was said that this time, the Moon Maidens had adjusted the rules of the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Due to the appearance of the Plague Demon King, the Evil Beast Demon King, and the appearance of the Mountain River Martial Spirit, there was a feeling that the mystic world would undergo a huge change. The adjustment of the rules was to allow more disciples to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. The previous conditions were too harsh, and the number of disciples who had the qualifications to enter the Moonlight Pagoda would definitely not exceed 20. Sometimes, there would only be 1 or 2. However, it was different this time. The original rules were no longer applied, and the number of people who could participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony was increased to 50. These 50 people would be selected through competition. In other words, no matter what, there would not be less than 50 disciples who would enter the Moonlight Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Chapter 493. However, even though the number of spots to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony had increased, for many disciples with weaker cultivations, it was more troublesome. Because if they wanted to compete, they would have to compete with their strength. Of course, those with higher cultivation would have an advantage. In the past, they could only pass a certain test by luck. But now, the spots could only be obtained through competition. Naturally, strength was more important. Many people sighed at this, such as Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji had been diligently cultivating ever since Ling Xiao gave him the martial arts manual. Now, his cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 2nd layer transcendent realm. However, this cultivation level was truly not that high. It would be very difficult for him to enter the top 50. The Yuhua school's inner sect currently had about 200 disciples. About 100 of them were in the 1st layer transcendent realm. The others hadn't been counted yet, so Zhao Ji didn't know his exact position. He could only desperately raise his strength to the limit. If he could snatch a spot, that would be the best. Dai Yuling's cultivation was about the same as Zhao Ji's. But because her cultivation method was more unique, she had already reached the early 3rd layer transcendent realm. These two were just barely qualified to obtain a spot. However, when Ling Xiao handed them a fine-grade defensive artifact, their confidence suddenly increased. Once a cultivator of the same level had a magic artifact, they would be much stronger. Especially a defensive artifact, it could play a big role in a critical moment. Looking at the fine-grade defensive artifact in his hand, Gao Ji said excitedly, "Senior brother Ling, I can't thank you enough. I, Zhao Ji, owe you, Ling Xiao. When I inherit the throne, I will definitely protect your family." This was all he could do. After all, in terms of talent, he couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. Saying that he would save Ling Xiao and help Ling Xiao was a bit hypocritical. However, as the most valued prince of Northern Han, he could play a role in the secular world. Protecting the Divine Sword sect was relatively simple. By the way, senior brother Ling, did you get this transcendent artifact from the Divine Weapon Hall? Even though Ling Xiao was still an outer court disciple, how could Zhao Ji not know how terrifying his strength was? Although Wu Yang and Qin Wu did not spread the news of what had happened at the Xia family castle to the public, and only told Meng Yuan about it, Zhao Ji could feel that Ling Xiao's aura had changed. Therefore, he had already changed the name of Ling Xiao to senior brother. In the sect, the strong were respected. Other than the fact that the title of master and disciple would not change, the titles of senior and junior brothers, senior and junior sisters, and so on, were all determined based on their cultivation. This was also a kind of incentive measure. Divine Weapon Hall? Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not know that there was such a place in Yuehua School. It can't be, right? Senior brother Ling, there are many good treasures in the Divine Weapon Hall. You obtained so many sect points last time, could it be that you exchanged them all for martial arts secret manuals? Zhao Ji asked in surprise. No, I didn't. I was in a hurry to leave the sect to train, so I didn't use them. Ling Xiao touched his chin. He felt that he really had to make a trip to the Divine Weapon Hall. Transcendent artifacts were not just weapons and defensive equipment. It also included some special items that aided in cultivation and battle. Of course, it also included secret scrolls, which were also considered a type of transcendent artifact. In this period of time, Ling Xiao had seen the power of secret scrolls, as well as the power of many auxiliary and offensive transcendent artifacts. Since he had a lot of points now, there was no need to exchange them for martial arts secret manuals. He might as well exchange them for transcendent artifacts. In this way, his combat power would increase by a lot under the same cultivation level. After all, anything could happen during the pagoda ascension ceremony. With more assurance, there would be more chances of success. Thank you for the reminder, junior brother Zhao. I'll go take a look at the Divine Weapon Hall now. After bidding farewell to Zhao Ji, Ling Xiao gave the last high-quality defensive artifact to Shangguan Lei. Of course, he did this secretly, and was sure that no one would see it. After that, he asked for the location of the Divine Weapon Hall and quickly went there. The Divine Weapon Hall was the same as the Array Hall and the Medicine Hall. It was one of the more important halls in the Yuehua School. The Hall Masters of the Array Hall and the Medicine Hall were peak Transcendent Realm Level 9 martial artists. The Hall Master of the Divine Weapon Hall was a true Heavenly Venerable. Moreover, this Hall Master was an old acquaintance of Ling Xiao's, Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, who was also Ling Hao's master. Ha ha ha, little guy, we meet again? Heavenly Venerable Golden Light was very friendly when he saw Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao had refused to be his disciple, he was not a narrow-minded person. Heavenly Venerable is actually the Hall Master of the Divine Weapon Hall. Ling Xiao bowed to Heavenly Venerable Golden Light. He had a very good impression of Heavenly Venerable Golden Light. Then, he explained his purpose of coming here. You want a support-type artifact? Sure, no problem. Take your pick. No matter what grade the artifact is, I'll give you a 50% discount for the first item, and a 20% discount for the second and subsequent items. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light said with a smile. Sky Sovereign, you have to think carefully. Last time, I made a great contribution to the sect. All the pills, martial arts manuals, and armaments were originally calculated according to a 20% discount. The discount you mentioned is calculated on the basis of a 20% discount. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course, this Heavenly Venerable knows. However, since the Moon Maiden has chosen you, you are the future hope of the Yuehua School. This Heavenly Venerable only has one request for you, and that is to help Ling Hao as much as you can. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light explained the reason why he was treating Ling Xiao so well. Since Heavenly Venerable Golden Light has said so, this junior will naturally not refuse. Helping Ling Hao was just a small matter, but he could obtain the powerful help of Heavenly Venerable Golden Light. Even if there was no discount, Ling Xiao would definitely agree. Ling Xiao was very clear about this debt. Since that's the case, follow me in. Although you said that you want to choose a support-type weapon, this Heavenly Venerable feels that you should take a look. In fact, even the same weapon will have completely different attributes and uses. As Heavenly Venerable Golden Light led Ling Xiao into the Divine Weapon Hall, he said, This Heavenly Venerable knows that you have 2 treasured swords in your hands. They might have reached the level of a treasured artifact, but your 2 treasured swords are of the ice and snow attribute. This heavenly venerable feels that you can choose some treasured swords that are compatible with your attributes. His words reminded Ling Xiao. The 12 golden lotus arts had the power of 12 celestial bodies. However, his ice dragon sword and floating snow sword were both of the ice and snow attribute. This was obviously not compatible enough. What he needed now were 4 swords of the wind, thunder, rain, and lightning attributes. Only then would it be more suitable for him to display the power of the celestial bodies. Of course, it would be even better if he could gather the power of 12 celestial bodies. Junior understands. Thank you for your reminder, Heavenly Venerable. Ling Xiao nodded. He already had a plan in mind. Chapter 494. Divine weapons and sharp weapons reflected each other's brilliance, revealing their sharpness. It looked very shocking. Even Ling Xiao, who already had quite a few treasures, was dazzled by the number of treasures and weapons he had to deal with. No wonder so many martial artists yearned for divine weapons. With the same level of strength, once one had a good weapon, one's battle power would increase by a large margin. There wasn't a single common weapon here. Even the worst one was a common grade artifact or a magic weapon. It was just that in the outside world, most martial artists like to refer to all weapons, defensive equipment, and auxiliary equipment as martial tools, and martial tools of the mortal grade and above as magic treasures. This was also to differentiate between ordinary weapons and weapons. It was not just a difference in name. Of course, since they were not ordinary, the price would not be cheap. Even though Ling Xiao could casually give away mortal grade and fine grade treasures, in reality, even the lowest mortal grade treasures were worth a lot. Ling Xiao took a look. The price of a mortal weapon was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. These were low-grade spirit stones, not gold or silver. Among the secular sects, only a sect like the Divine Sword sect would have so many low-grade spirit stones. The other sects would not have so many low-grade spirit stones. Fine weapons were even more expensive. The price of one could reach tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Among them, defensive weapons were the most expensive. They could only be bought with tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. The price of a treasure weapon was even more ridiculous. The price of one could reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions of low-grade spirit stones. It was simply frightening. There's nothing good here. Let's go in and take a look. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light was going all out for his disciple, Leng Hao. This could be considered as him trying his best to rope in Ling Xiao. He brought Ling Xiao into this place. All of the treasures were treasured weapons. None of them were below the level of treasured weapons. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao looked for a long time and did not find any immortal weapons. As expected, items of that level should have been divided up by the sect elders. It was impossible for them to be placed here as decorations. Ling Xiao casually glanced around. Not only did these treasures have price tags, they even had detailed introductions. It was truly considerate. The Northern Wood Saber was forged from the treasured saber of the Northern Wood Saber Venerable, a thunder attribute weapon, a rare grade artifact suitable for transcendent realm cultivators. It can increase the user's strength by 40% and has a 10% chance of causing double damage. It also has a thunder explosion effect. When used, it would produce some of the domineering aura of the Northern Woods Blade Venerable. The price is 39,800 low-grade spirit stones. Legend has it that the phoenix armor was forged from the feathers and bones of a bird-type beast with an ancient bloodline and some special metals. Its defense is astonishing, and it can increase the strength of one's protective Jinyuan by 40%. It also has the effect of raging flame protection and can reduce damage by 20%, but it consumes Jinyuan. The selling price is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Dazzling Dragon Gold Brick is a hidden weapon artifact made from the bones of a fire attribute vicious beast. When it attacks, it can produce terrifying flames that can instantly kill a Transcendent Realm's 6th layer cultivator. Any cultivator below the transcendent realm who is hit by this artifact will be severely injured. The price is 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao looked at the introductions of these artifacts and couldn't help but feel that he had been really muddle-headed before. Although he had a rare-grade artifact, he had never been able to truly exert its power. He had only been using it as a weapon. Therefore, the additional effects were only triggered randomly and were not deliberately controlled. No wonder his attacks would suddenly become much stronger. It turned out that this was the problem. Little fellow, the treasures here are all carefully selected by the sect. Generally, disciples with insufficient loyalty and contribution points don't have the qualifications to purchase them. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light introduced. The craftsmanship and materials used in each of them are very exquisite, as they are as close to perfection as possible, so the price is naturally much higher. Ordinary disciples can't afford them at all, but you can rest assured, if you don't have enough spirit stones, this senior can lend you some. Ling Xiao smiled. He knew that Heavenly Venerable Golden Light had good intentions, but he could accept a discount, but not alone. He still had quite a number of low-grade spirit stones. Previously in the Dragon Submission Mountain range, he had killed so many martial artists and obtained quite a number of spirit stones. In addition to those he had obtained from the Plague Demon King's Devil Cave and the Evil Beast Demon King's Devil Cave, the number of low-grade spirit stones was definitely over 1,000,000. But even if it was 1,000,000, it seemed like he could only buy one good item. But it didn't matter. Sect points could also replace spirit stones. Therefore, Ling Xiao's budget was still very ample. This time, Ling Xiao's original purpose of coming to the Divine Weapon Hall was to choose a few secret skill scrolls. However, after listening to Heavenly Venerable Golden Light's words, he changed his mind. He decided to gather all 12 types of treasured swords with the power of celestial phenomenon attributes. Otherwise, he would never be able to fully unleash his strength, and that would be too depressing. Attribute compatibility was a very important thing for a martial artist. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to look at other things. Instead, he focused his attention on those sword-type weapons. Of course, if there weren't any sword-type weapons, he could also settle for the next best thing and choose other treasures with the corresponding attributes. Of course, it would be best if it was a weapon-type treasure. Because this way, if he used the Mountain River Martial Spirit to condense it, the attributes would be completely transferred to the new weapon. Otherwise, many of the attributes would be wasted. However, his worries were completely unnecessary. Sabers, swords, spears, and bows, these 4 types of weapons were the most popular among weapon-type treasures. Therefore, there were many of them, and there was no need to worry about not being able to find them. Thunder Shadow Sword, Treasure Artifact Level Weapon, Thunder Attribute, can double the power of Thunder Attribute True Chi and increase the speed of sword moves by 20%. It has the special skill Explosive Thunder Flash, which can instantly release explosive thunder to bombard the enemy. It can easily break through the defense of a 7th-level Transcendent Realm martial artist, and is a huge threat to Transcendence. The price is 36,500 low-grade spirit stones. This is not bad. A Thunder Attribute Treasure Sword, and it has a special skill. Interesting. I'll take it. Ling Xiao casually picked up the Thunder Shadow Sword and put it aside for the time being. Raging Wind Sword, Treasure Artifact Level Weapon, Wind Attribute, can double the power of Wind Attribute True Chi and increase the speed of attack by 20%. It has the special skill Raging Wind Shuttle, which condenses the power of wind into a shuttle. It is extremely terrifying. The price is 294,300 low-grade spirit stones. This sword's price was slightly lower, but its attributes were also quite good, and it also had a special skill. He wanted it. Ling Xiao took the Raging Wind Sword and put it aside. Golden Light Heavenly Master wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he didn't say anything. Chapter 495. In fact, sect points were extremely precious. Usually, martial artists would use them to exchange for martial arts manuals or elixirs instead of weapons. Therefore, most people would use spiritual stones to buy weapons if they could. At most, they would add some sect points. That was because there was no other way. Ling Xiao didn't know what Heavenly Master Golden Light was thinking. He was just choosing according to his own ideas. After the ice attribute Drifting Snow's sword was modified, it should be able to be forged into a rain attribute sword. Therefore, he didn't need to choose anymore. After all, whether it was ice or rain, they were all water. It was just that there were some changes. The difficulty of modification would be relatively low. Now, all that was left was a lightning attributed sword. The Purple Flash Sword is a precious grade weapon. Lightning attribute. It doubles the power of lightning attribute True Yuan and has a 20% chance of paralysis. It comes with the special skill Purple Flash Shocks the World. It can temporarily upgrade the Purple Flash Sword to an immortal grade weapon. However, it needs to consume the Purple Flash Shocks the World secret technique scroll. It lasts for an hour. After each use, it needs to be maintained for an hour before it can be used again. Otherwise, the sword will definitely be destroyed. This sword is priced at 57,800 low-grade spiritual stones. The Purple Flash Shocks the World secret technique scroll is priced at 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones each. It can only be used with the Purple Flash sword. Wow, there's actually such a weapon? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. At the current stage, immortal-grade weapons were extremely rare. Even in the entire Yuehua school, it was difficult to find more than a few. However, this Purple Flash sword could actually be upgraded to an immortal-grade weapon temporarily. This was really amazing. Ling Xiao directly took down the Purple Flash sword. The sword was glowing with a purple light. When he infused the lightning attribute of the astronomical energy, he realized that the light was even brighter. The material should be the spine of a ferocious beast. In addition, there were some special alloys. He could even feel the aura of a ferocious beast. Little guy, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to this Purple Flash sword? Forget it. Heavenly Master Golden Light suddenly waved his hand. Why is that? Ling Xiao asked Golden Light Exalted Celestial in confusion. The Purple Flash sword is indeed outstanding, but its Purple Flash Shocks the World can only be used with a secret scroll. However, I can tell you honestly that our Yuehua school only has 2 secret scrolls for Purple Flash Shocks the World. This means that you can only use this special skill twice at most before it becomes useless. It's not worth it. Golden Light Heavenly Lord explained. Previously, many elders had their eyes on this purple lightning sword, but after considering it over and over again, they ultimately chose another one, because among treasured artifacts of the same level, other special skills are more practical. No wonder no one wants to buy such a good item. Ling Xiao nodded his head, finally understanding. Although the secret technique scroll was a huge problem for others, it was not a problem for him. Based on the price of the Purple Lightning Shocking World Scroll, the difficulty of creating this scroll shouldn't be too high. If Luo Yunyang asked his Yuan Venerate Master for help, he would be able to create it himself. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to use it. Heavenly Venerate, I have already decided to buy these 3 swords. Furthermore, I also want the 2 secret scrolls for Purple Flash Shocks the World. Ling Xiao smiled at Heavenly Venerate Golden Light. You are always so unpredictable. Forget it. Since you have already made your decision, I won't say anything else. You just have to pay a total of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones for these 3 swords. Heavenly Venerate Golden Light didn't ask why Ling Xiao was so insistent on buying these 3 swords. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was full of secrets, so there wasn't much point in getting to the bottom of it. 500,000? Aren't you at a disadvantage then? How could I be at a disadvantage? This is basically the price after the discount. Furthermore, I will give you a little discount. Heavenly Venerate Golden Light chuckled. This isn't too good, Heavenly Venerate. Won't you be pursued by the sect? Is the sect going to punish this Heavenly Venerate for a mere treasure artifact? Besides, the first 2 swords were personally forged by this heavenly venerate. At worst, this heavenly venerate won't take a cut. Heavenly venerate Golden Light said domineeringly. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Ling Xiao directly paid 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, and placed the 3 swords into the mountain river world. After returning, he just needed to forge the drifting snow sword into a rain-attributed treasure sword. Then, he would have all 4 swords of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning. Little guy, you should be able to easily obtain a spot for the moon arrival pagoda ascension ceremony, right? Heavenly Venerate Golden Light asked with a smile as he sent Ling Xiao out of the Divine Weapon Hall. Probably. Ling Xiao was very confident about this. Lin Hao should also be participating, right? Of course, after all, the number of spots this time has been expanded to 50, and Ling Hao's cultivation has already reached the peak of the transcendent 4th layer, so it will be relatively easy for him to obtain a spot. However, the pagoda ascension ceremony is not so simple. In order to obtain certain opportunities, in addition to luck, the most important thing is strength and intelligence. Heavenly Venerate Golden Light sighed. For nearly 1,000 years, the pagoda ascension ceremony has been held every year. Although there are relatively few people participating, there will still be at least 1 or 2 people every year. However, those who can really obtain greater benefits are few and far between. Is it really that difficult? Yes, Sect Master Chang Yueying and the Flame Deity are the 2 people who have obtained the greatest benefits in the past 1,000 years. It is also because of this that the Flame Deity has always been regarded as the only successor to the position of Sect Master. This is also why most of the sect's upper echelons support him. Exalted Celestial Master Golden Light nodded and said, After entering the Moonlight Pagoda, the opportunities obtained are different, but the most powerful is naturally the martial spirit inheritance. The rest, such as martial arts manuals and divine weapons, are secondary. The Sect Master, an exalted Celestial Master Demonic Flame, obtained the martial spirit inheritance. Otherwise, they would not have achieved what they have today. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't care much about martial spirit inheritances. After all, the mountain river martial spirit in his body was the strongest martial spirit. What he wanted to participate in the pagoda ascension ceremony this time was a higher level martial skill. After all, the strongest martial skill the Yuehua school could provide to the disciples was probably a gold-grade martial skill. There might not be any higher-level martial skills. After all, jade-grade martial skills were too precious. Even if he wanted to teach them, he must prove that the disciple was very loyal. In addition, he also needed a large number of dragon race martial skills. After all, until now, he only had a set of finger techniques, which was too weak. The reason he didn't want to transform into the ancient golden dragon form, besides not wanting others to know, was actually related to his lack of combat skills. After bidding farewell to Heavenly Venerate Golden Light, Ling Xiao prepared to return to the cave to condense the drifting snow sword. Unexpectedly, he met someone on the way. It was a very unfamiliar face. However, Ling Xiao vaguely remembered his name. It seemed to be Shen Tianlin. Chapter 496. When Ling Xiao met Shen Tianlin, who blocked his way before, this person was the strongest disciple below the 10 core disciples. He was stronger than Zhang Lu, Tai Shan, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu. But why was he blocking Ling Xiao's way today? Ling Xiao! Shen Tianlin looked at Ling Xiao and said arrogantly, I have already worshipped the Flame Deity as my master, and will be participating in the pagoda ascension ceremony this time. When the time comes, I will naturally compete with you. Is that so? Since you're done talking, can you get out of the way? Ling Xiao looked at Shen Tianlin and said. Today, he was not afraid of Shen Tianlin, although he had killed Wang Shi by using the All-Evil Beast Demon King's All-Evil Beast Soul Spear. However, now that he had 4 swords that matched his inner force secret art, his combat strength had improved significantly, so he should be able to deal with Shen Tianlin. Of course, Yang Kai could not rule out the possibility that Shen Tianlin had recently broken through and obtained benefits from Elder Jin or the Flame Deity. But even so, he was still not afraid of Shen Tianlin. Competing with him? That was simply looking for a beating. What kind of attitude is this? Is this how you talk to your senior brother? Shen Tianlin was angry. He had never felt that he was worse than anyone. This time, after becoming Heavenly Venerable Demon Flame's disciple and receiving guidance from Elder Jin, his cultivation had broken through to the 8th layer of the Transcendent Realm, and he had successfully become the 10th ranked core disciple. After He Suo's death, Meng Yuan, who was originally ranked 10th, received the full support of Elder Jin and was now at the peak of the Transcendent 8th layer. On top of that, he had consecutively defeated the 9th and 8th core disciple and replaced the 8th position. Of course, one of the 10 core disciples had also been eliminated. This was the competition between sects. If your strength was not good enough, you would not be able to maintain your position. Even if you were stronger than others now, it was difficult to guarantee that you would be stronger in the future, so you must not slack off in the slightest and must continue to cultivate and improve your strength. Shen Tianlin received the task given to him by Elder Jin, which was to kill Ling Xiao in the Moonlight Pagoda. Originally, he disdained to accept this mission. However, in order to consolidate his position, he still chose to help the tyrant. He became the Flame Deity's disciple. Senior brother? Do you think you're worthy of helping the tyrant? Ling Xiao glanced at Shen Tianlin and was about to leave. Now was not the time to argue with others. The Tower Ascension ceremony was about to begin. He still had some things to finish, including the refining of the Rain Attribute Sword and the production of the Purple Lightning Shocks the World Secret Technique Scroll. All of this would take time. Whoosh! Shen Tianlin pulled out his long saber and drew a line on the ground. He said coldly, "If you dare to cross this line today, I will kill you!" In fact, he did not dare to kill Ling Xiao so openly. He just wanted to scare Ling Xiao. After all, he was the senior brother, and there were so many disciples around, so he had to give face. Humph! Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao just snorted and crossed the line without hesitation. Shen Tianlin's head turned hot in an instant. His face turned red, and the long saber in his hand slashed toward Ling Xiao without hesitation. However, at that moment, the long saber stopped in midair. "Bastard, you dare to disobey the orders of Her Highness Moon Maiden?" The one who stopped Shen Tianlin was Lan Yuer. Lan Yuer did not know Ling Xiao's current strength, so she was worried that Ling Xiao would be hurt, so she stopped him. "Ling Xiao, if you are a man, don't hide behind a woman!" Shen Tianlin roared angrily. "A cat or a dog wants to challenge me. Do I have to accompany them? You should be a seated player who got a spot. Let's meet in the Moonlight Pagoda. I don't mind killing a dog." After saying that, he looked at Lan Yuer and smiled. "Senior sister, I was just looking for you. This time I went out and got a lot of good things. This is for you." Dai Yuling, Zhao Ji, and Shangguan Lei all got gifts, so Lan Yuer was no exception. "This is an Earth Spirit Stone." When Lan Yuer saw the thing in Ling Xiao's hand, her eyes turned green. It was like a big pervert who saw a beauty. "Yes, I was lucky to get a few pieces. This is for Senior Sister Lan. I hope Senior Sister Lan can break through to the Celestial Realm as soon as possible. Don't let the Flame Deity continue to be arrogant," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "But such a precious thing, how can I take it for free?" Lan Yuer wanted it very much, but she was embarrassed. "By the way, Ling Xiao, I went out to practice before and found a few phoenix feathers. I heard that they can be used to arrange arrays. I don't know if it's true, but I'll give it to you." "My stupid sister, you're simply wasting such a precious thing. You want to use the phoenix feathers to arrange arrays?" When Ling Xiao saw the phoenix feathers in Lan Yuer's hand, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This thing was too precious. It should be said that it was too precious to him. The phoenix feathers had too many uses. In addition to arranging arrays, it could also be used to condense fire attribute magical treasures, and make flying or attacking secret scrolls. In addition, it could also be used to improve fire attribute or bird-type martial souls. It could be used to speed up the cultivation of fire attribute cultivation techniques. It could improve the cultivation of fire attribute true essence. Of course, more importantly, it had a powerful phoenix flame. It was definitely better than most flames when used to refine elixirs and arrays. It was second only to the 12 sacred flames. Senior sister, this thing of yours is precious. I'll just take one. You can keep the rest. Ling Xiao didn't want to take advantage of Lan Yuer. After all, this senior sister had helped him a lot. He couldn't be so wicked. No, you can take all of them. There are only 3 in total. Anyway, it's meaningless for me to keep them. I might as well give them to you. Lan Yuer shook her head. Her attitude was very firm. When Ling Xiao saw this, he simply took out 2 pieces of Earth Spirit Raw stones and handed them to Lan Yuer. Senior sister, I can't let you suffer a loss. I'll give you 2 more Earth Spirit Raw stones. Don't refuse. If you refuse, I don't want the phoenix feathers. Okay. That's it. Lan Yuer gladly accepted. She didn't care how precious the phoenix feathers were. No matter how precious it was, it didn't help her cultivation at all. Therefore, it was meaningless. Senior sister, I still have something to do. I can't accompany you. Okay, then you can go. Shen Tianlin, who was next to them, watched Ling Xiao leave. He was so angry that his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. Listening to the whispers of the surrounding disciples, he really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Ling Xiao did not care whether his face was bright or not. After returning to the Immortal's cave, Ling Xiao began to condense a new treasure sword. He used the rain celestial phenomenon to create a rainstorm in the mountain river world. Then, he let his martial soul avatar be in the rainstorm and changed the attributes of the drifting snow sword. Chapter 497. After repeated tempering, finally, the originally silver-white drifting snow sword turned into a treasured sword that was as clear as water. Ling Xiao named it Overflow Rain Sword. After the transformation, the attributes of this sword had changed and its function had also changed. Overflow Rain Sword, a treasure-grade weapon. Rain attribute, can double the power of rain attribute True Yuan. When used, can increase corrosive damage by 20%. This effect lasts for a long time, unless the user is healed. Has the special skill Corrosive Rain Sword, which can damage enemies in a large area and create a strong corrosive effect. The stronger the sword owner is, the stronger the corrosive effect. The process of condensing the Overflow Rain Sword was not easy. Ling Xiao had originally planned to finish it in 1 day, but it had taken him 2 days to complete it. However, he had succeeded in the end, which made him look forward to it a little more. He had originally planned to learn the purple lightning shocking the world from the Yuan Venerate, but now he could only put that on hold. Because the Moon Arrival Festival was approaching, the competition for the slots for the Pagoda Ascension ceremony would begin today. In addition to the 10 seated contestants, there were still 40 slots to be decided among the many disciples. These 10 seated contestants were basically disciples of various inner sect elders. Of course, their cultivation bases were not weak either. They were basically at least at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. 2 of them were even core disciples, including Shen Tianlin. Of course, there was also Li Zonghao, who had just been squeezed out of the core disciples. This person was also one of the seated contestants. Although he had been squeezed out of the top 10 core disciples, he was still the strongest person below the top 10 core disciples. After leaving the cave abode, Ling Xiao looked at the sky. It was early in the morning, so it seemed like he had calculated the time quite accurately. He walked quickly to the inner sect plaza. After all, most of the disciples competing for the 40 slots included the majority of the inner sect disciples and all the outer sect disciples. Everyone wanted to try their luck. They wouldn't die anyway. Therefore, an ordinary venue would definitely not work. The inner sect plaza would be large enough. Ling Xiao hadn't arrived yet, but many people had already gathered in the plaza. Along the way, there were many moon-shaped colored lanterns, couplets, banners, and so on. This symbolized that the Moon Arrival Festival had arrived. The Moonlight Pagoda stood there, still as mysterious and frightening as ever. What exactly was inside the pagoda that stretched as far as the eye could see? This had always been something that Ling Xiao had been perplexed about. This was an excellent opportunity, and he naturally wouldn't miss it. Not long after, Ling Xiao also arrived at the square and joined up with Zhao Ji, Dai Yuling, and Shang Guanlei. At this moment, he noticed that the faint blue moonlight on the Moonlight Pagoda had become even more obvious, as if it was draped with a mysterious veil. The Moon Arrival Festival was held annually. The Tower Ascension ceremony was also held once a year. However, every martial artist only had 3 chances. Therefore, for the warriors who came this time, this opportunity was very rare. One less opportunity meant one less opportunity for a carp to leap over the Dragon Gate. Senior Brother Ling, you're the strongest in our outer sect. Do your best to bring glory to our outer sect. We'll cheer for you. Although there were also a large number of outer sect disciples who signed up for the competition, these people were probably only in the first round, so it was basically impossible for them to get a spot. The only one with a chance was naturally the unfathomable Ling Xiao. Don't worry, with Senior Brother Ling's strength, it's a cinch, Zhao Ji said confidently. Zhao Xi couldn't help frowning when she heard this. She had always looked down on Ling Xiao, always thinking that Ling Xiao was too arrogant, and his methods were too ruthless. Especially when Ling Xiao killed her fellow sect members one after another, her saintly heart was completely enraged. Since then, she had never spoken to Ling Xiao again. However, since she was so arrogant, Ling Xiao didn't bother to pay attention to her. Dai Yuling had now broken through to the 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm with Ling Xiao's help. Zhao Ji was also at the peak of the 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm. Shang Guanlei's cultivation wasn't low, and he was now at the peak of the 4th layer of the Transcendent Realm. On the other hand, Zhao Xi was still at the late 1st layer of the Transcendent Realm, her cultivation speed as slow as a snail. In fact, Zhao Xi had secretly tried to persuade his sister. But he was helpless. His sister had been spoiled since childhood, always thinking that everything had to be done according to her wishes. Zhao Ji was too lazy to care about it now. As the few of them talked, more and more people gathered in the square. Even the core disciples who weren't participating in the quota competition had arrived one by one. The reason they came was naturally very simple, because the people who won the quota might be their strong competitors in the future, so it was better to observe more here. Except for some disciples who couldn't make it back in time, or who were on secret missions or guarding the mountain gate, basically all the disciples of Yuhua School had gathered in the intersect square. After all, this was one of the Yuhua School's grandest ceremonies. Let's go and say hello to Senior Sister Lan, Ling Xiao said to Dai Yuling. She's not my senior sister, she's my master. Dai Yuling smiled bitterly, but she didn't slow down. After Shang Guanlei greeted Ling Xiao, he stood behind Meng Yuan. After all, on the surface, he was still one of Meng Yuan's people. As for Zhao Ji, he stood in the same place. He wanted to be Ling Xiao's friend, not a follower. He wouldn't follow behind Ling Xiao. After all, he still had the dignity of a prince. Besides, he wasn't familiar with Lan Yuer. It wouldn't be good if she hated him. Tsk tisk, I'm really envious. Look at that Ling Xiao, he can be so close to Lan Yuer, who is ranked 2nd among the top 10 core disciples. There's no other way, he's in the limelight now. Yeah, it's said that even Her Highness the Moon Maiden wants to accept him as her disciple. Tsk, don't talk nonsense, how is that possible? Yes, Her Highness the Moon Maiden is just joking. Do you really think that Ling Xiao can get first place in the Tower Ascension ceremony with his strength? That's true. Poor Ling Xiao, he was completely played. I wonder how the people who said these words would feel when they learned that Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden lived together intimately in the Thousand Ghost Forest. Ling Xiao didn't care about those people's comments at all. From the Ling family to the latent dragon camp, there were many people who talked about him. Now, those people were just passers-by. However, he had become a popular disciple in the Yuhua school. He even had the qualification to challenge the core disciples. This was a real improvement. Senior Sister Lan, unfortunately, I will also be participating in the Tower Ascension ceremony this time. When I meet this little brother, do you think I should treat him well? Among the top 10 core disciples, there was a seductive woman named Tantylingzi. She was currently ranked 6th among the top 10 core disciples, higher than Meng Yuan. If she wanted to make things difficult for Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao would really be in trouble. If you dare to hurt him, I will kill you, Lan Yuer said coldly. Chapter 498. Ling Xiao looked at Tantylingzi with a smile. He didn't quite understand why this woman seemed to have malicious intentions towards him. However, since the other party had already threatened him, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. Even if it wasn't Lo, with his current strength, it would be harder for the other party to kill him than to reach the heavens. She wasn't a heaven realm expert, so why was she pretending? The rules of the Tower Ascension ceremony's qualifiers were very simple. They would draw lots to fight. Those who lost 3 times in a row would be eliminated, and the rest would advance until there were only 40 people left. The rules were very simple and clear. They just had to keep winning. Even if they lost, they couldn't lose more than 3 times. Ling Xiao liked this rule the most. It saved him a lot of trouble. After all, it was just a qualifier. It didn't make much sense to make it too complicated. Soon, most of the higher-ups of Yuehua School gathered in the square. The entire square of the inner sect was supported by a spirit array. After all, the inner sect disciples were all above the transcendent realm. Their destructive power wasn't small. Of course, the spirit array on the battle stage was even stronger. As long as their cultivation didn't exceed the half-step heavenly venerable realm, it was impossible to destroy the battle stage. There were a total of 20 battle stages in the inner sect square. 20 battles could start at the same time. In fact, this wasn't considered slow because the cultivators drawn at the beginning might have a big gap in strength between the two sides. The battle might end in a moment. As time passed, the strength of the disciples would be closer, and the battle would take longer. Ling Xiao felt that it was unlikely to encounter a strong opponent at the beginning. Although it was said to be a draw, it was easy for the higher-ups to change the lineup at the last minute. These higher-ups definitely wouldn't allow a strong battle to occur at the beginning. There were many higher-ups here today. Ling Xiao had seen and not seen all of them before, including the sect master, Chang Yueying. However, he didn't see the Moon Maiden. Thinking about it, the Moon Maiden was the most mysterious existence in Yuehua School. She had to be a little mysterious. The Supreme Sect Master has arrived! Suddenly, the sky changed color. In the inner sect square, a gust of wind blew. Between heaven and earth, the fluctuations of spirit chi became turbulent. A white-haired old woman appeared with the help of a girl. Although she walked very slowly, she didn't have any imposing manner. However, the truly powerful martial artist could feel that her entire being seemed to have merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. What a terrifying cultivation! Although they were weaker than the Moon Girls, they were stronger than the rest of the Yuehua School students. He should be a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Master! When Lan Yuer saw the old woman, she ran over excitedly. So she was Senior Sister Lan's teacher. He didn't expect her to be the Grand Headmaster of Yuehua School. She should be the previous headmaster. Ling Xiao thought to himself. What made him sigh with emotion was that this Yuehua School was indeed a school founded by women. The 3 strongest people in the school were actually women. Moon Maiden, Supreme Sect Master Chang Yueying. Although the old woman looked old, the strange thing was that there were no wrinkles on her face. Her hands were also very bright. Only the silver hair on her head showed her age. Welcome, Supreme Sect Master! Chang Yueying stood up and saluted the Supreme Sect Master with the rest of the higher-ups. You're welcome, you're welcome. All of you sit down. I'm just an old woman who has retired to the second line. I'm here today to see the performance of my second disciple. The Supreme Sect Master's original name was Chang Yueli. In her life, she only took in 3 disciples. The eldest disciple was Chang Yueying, the current headmaster. The youngest disciple was Lan Yuer, who was seen as a strong competitor for the next headmaster. The second disciple's name was Bai Feifei. This girl was said to be the flame deity's adopted daughter. This made Ling Xiao think of a person. That person was Master Bai Yun's daughter. Master Bai Yun had his daughter at an old age. However, on the day of his daughter's birth, his wife was killed and his daughter was taken away. Now, it was confirmed that this matter was done by the flame deity. Master Bai Yun and the flame deity both had the surname Bai and belonged to the same family. This girl also had the surname Bai and was the flame deity's adopted daughter. From this, it could be seen that Ling Xiao's guess was most likely correct. On the surface, Bai Feifei's cultivation seemed to be at the early transcendent realm 3rd layer, but Ling Xiao noticed that she should have cultivated a secret martial art that could hide her cultivation. Her actual cultivation had reached the half-step Empyrean realm, even higher than Lan Yuer's. Terrifying aptitude. She might be older than Lan Yuer, but she was only about 20 years old. It was amazing that she could cultivate to the half-step Empyrean realm. However, thinking about it, it was normal. To be accepted as a disciple by the Supreme Sect Master, how could her aptitude not be good? Bai Feifei had been cultivating with Chan Yueli and had never participated in the sect's ranking competition, so she was not a true disciple. This time, Chan Yueli did not let her enter the seated contestants. Presumably, she wanted to let him, the second disciple of the Divine Palace, show his strength publicly. As for the deeper purpose, it was unknown. Of course, Ling Xiao was too lazy to delve into it. In any case, he had only promised to help Master Bai Yun find his daughter. Now that he saw Bai Feifei was fine and living such a comfortable life, Master Bai Yun must be very happy. Ling Hao, who was standing behind heavenly venerable golden light, also turned his gaze to Bai Feifei, a trace of worry on his face. In fact, his cultivation speed could already be regarded as terrifying. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. His current cultivation was only at the early transcendent realm 4th layer, so the rumors among the disciples could not be completely believed. The flame deity still did not appear, but Ming Yuan, Ming Tian, and Shim Tianlin had all arrived. The 3 of them stood behind Elder Jin. Obviously, while the flame deity was recuperating, Elder Jin had completely become their backer. Ming Tian's cultivation was even more terrifying than Ling Hao's. After all, his cultivation was originally higher than Ling Hao and Ling Jiao's. Now, he was already at the early transcendent realm 5th layer. This kind of cultivation speed was extremely rare. However, facing these 2 so-called geniuses, Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. Thinking back, his goal was to surpass Ming Tian, but now his cultivation had easily surpassed Ming Tian's. Of course, for geniuses like Ming Tian and Ling Hao, cultivation did not represent strength. Even if they encountered an opponent 1 realm higher than them, they could still easily win. But even so, they were still left behind by Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao's goal had become the flame deity. If he surpassed the flame deity, he didn't believe that the Yuehua school wouldn't treat him like a treasure. When the time came, he wouldn't have to worry about the flame deity seeking revenge. Ling Xiao, are you confident you can defeat Ming Tian? Dai Yuling asked. Ming Tian? Ling Xiao didn't answer and just smiled faintly. There were too many geniuses. Even though Ming Tian was very outstanding, Bai Feifei, Lan Yuer, Ren Xingtian, Yu Ren, Tan Ailingzi, and Ming Yuan were not inferior to him. Ming Tian was only one of them. Chapter 499. What Ling Xiao should pay more attention to now was Tan Ailingzi, who had an inexplicable hostility towards him, and Xin Tianlin, who had just become the flame deity's disciple. These 2 people's cultivations were higher, so they were not easy to deal with. And this time, both of them were going to participate in the pagoda ascension ceremony. Although they were seated contestants and would not encounter each other now, once they entered the Moonlight Pagoda, a fight was inevitable. Today is the first day of the Moon Advent Festival. The annual Pagoda Ascension ceremony is about to begin. Today is the competition for the spots in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Since the contestants have arrived, the competition will begin now. The one who spoke was the Inner Hall Master, Heavenly Eye. Ling Xiao had never seen this person before. Now that he saw him today, he felt that this person's appearance was very different from ordinary people. He actually had a vertical eye in between his eyebrows. It was said that his martial soul caused some changes in his body, but whether it was true or not was unknown. After Heavenly Eye announced the start of the qualification competition, everyone went to draw lots. Junior brother Ling, remember, if you meet my senior sister, immediately declare your surrender. A half-step Heavenly Venerable is not someone you can provoke. Moreover, my senior sister's personality is very similar to the flame deities. She is very cruel and vicious. She relies on her master's favor. Even if she kills you on the spot, no one will dare to say anything. Lan Yu reminded Ling Xiao before the competition began. I know, senior sister. Ling Xiao naturally knew that Lan Yu was doing it for his own good. He was not the kind of person who flaunted his superiority. Anyway, as long as he obtained the qualifications, it was fine. It was not like he had to take first place now. A real man knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Facing an undefeatable enemy and forcing oneself to fight was simply the most foolish decision. After the drawing of lots, the competition began. At the beginning, as many people expected, the gap between the two sides was relatively large, so the battle ended very quickly. Basically, the outcome was decided in one move. Some people even won without a fight. It was not until there were only about 100 people left that the competition gradually slowed down. At this time, the competition had truly entered the white-hot stage. If one was not careful, one might be directly eliminated. From the beginning until now, Ling Xiao had not lost a single time. Moreover, all of his opponents were defeated in one move. However, because the opponents were too weak, they couldn't see anything, so they didn't pay much attention to them. After all, Mingtian, Leng Hao, Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu had also won using the same method. Ling Xiao was one of the less eye-catching ones among them. The battle continued. Soon, it was Northern Han's Princess Zhao Xi's turn. Zhao Xi had already lost 2 matches in the previous matches. One was against her brother, Zhao Ji, and the other was against Dai Yuling. This was also because she was lucky that she did not meet someone stronger. Otherwise, she would be even more depressed. Therefore, this battle was extremely important to him. Ling Xiao had just finished his battle and was bored, so he stood below the stage and watched. Zhao Xi's opponent this time was the Swordsman King. The Swordsman King had once been defeated by Ling Xiao and was almost killed by Ling Xiao. Now that he had survived, his strength had not regressed, but unfortunately, he had not made any progress. Even so, he was still a second-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. Zhao Xi's defeat was very simple. The Swordsman King showed no mercy. The most ridiculous thing was that Zhao Xi had once been very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao for injuring the Swordsman King, but today, she had been injured by the Swordsman King to the point that her clothes were in tatters. It was simply a feast for the eyes of the disciples below the stage. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. After this lesson, this woman should understand the dangers of the world, right? After 3 defeats, Zhao Xi regretfully was eliminated. In the end, she lost in a very humiliating manner. Fortunately, her brother Zhao Ji gave her some clothes to wear and let her cry on his shoulder, otherwise she would have been too ashamed to show her face. The next match Ling Xiao watched was Mingtian's battle. Mingtian's opponent was an early 6th-layer Transcendent Realm inner disciple. In terms of cultivation, this inner disciple was stronger than Mingtian. Therefore, as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he confidently took the initiative to attack. However, before his attack could reach Mingtian, he was heavily injured. His body was sent flying and he fell off the stage. What happened just now? The crowd below the stage was surprised. Because the disciples with lower cultivation and poor eyesight had no idea what had just happened on the stage. TSK, This guy's use of the nine-tailed ninja spirit has become even more skillful. He even combined it with the Yuehua school's internal force cultivation method, truly amazing. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise. It had to be said, if it weren't for him encountering a freak like him, Mingtian would really be regarded as the #1 genius under Grandmaster Bai Yin. Unfortunately, with Ling Xiao here, this treacherous Mingtian who betrayed his master and betrayed his ancestors would eventually meet a tragic end. I think I saw a red light just now. I noticed it too. It's really terrifying. He defeated a cultivator whose cultivation is one level higher than his so easily. This guy will probably become the biggest competitor for us core disciples. Tan Lingzi looked at Lan Yu and smiled. He's better than the junior brother you like. Lan Yu ignored her and just smiled faintly. She didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was, but she was sure that Ling Xiao wasn't weaker than Mingtian. This was a woman's intuition and trust. Ling Xiao couldn't help but yawn. He was busy condensing the overflow rain sword last night, and was a little tired now. However, his yawn was a little too loud and the higher-ups on the stage heard it. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Do you think you're stronger than Mingtian? Elder Jean asked in a very displeased tone. Elder Jean, please forgive me. I just didn't sleep well last night. I didn't want to do anything. Of course, it's true that I'm stronger than Mingtian, Ling Xiao said to Elder Jean with a smile. There was nothing he couldn't admit. He believed that the news of him killing Wang Shi in the Sha family castle would spread to the Yuehua schools sooner or later. There was no point in hiding it. Good boy, you're bold enough. I like it. Golden Ray Heavenly Master laughed. Golden Ray, what do you mean? Elder Jean said unhappily. Elder Jean, the little guy just yawned. Why are you so calculative? The competition is still going on. Golden Ray Heavenly Master smiled faintly. Ling Xiao, you probably don't know that Mingtian's internal strength mental cultivation method is the top gold grade martial art, Hell Lava technique. He can only master it with his nine-tailed ninja. This is a horrifying cultivation method that even core disciples can't master. Do you really think you can do it? Elder Jean snorted coldly. Of course not. Elder Jean was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's words, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to not finish his sentence. Chapter 500. Mingtian's aptitude is top-notch. So what if we make an exception? If you had his aptitude, the sect would make an exception for you too, Elder Jean said loudly. Aptitude? Haha, I wonder what Elder Jin's so-called aptitude is. When Mingtian was in the secular world, his cultivation was much higher than mine, but now his cultivation is lower than mine. You say his aptitude is better than mine? Isn't that the biggest joke in the world? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Enough, stop talking. Today's competition is not a bickering competition. The sect master, who was also the noblest grand elder in Yuehua school, Chang Yueli sneered. Little guy, this old woman's words are correct, right? The sect master's words are naturally correct. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said. This person was Lan Yue's master, so Ling Xiao didn't want to have a conflict with him. Since he didn't say anything, Elder Jean, as an elder, naturally couldn't continue to insist. The competition was still going on in an orderly manner. Zhao Ji won with difficulty. He only had one loss so far, which could only be attributed to good luck. It was hard to say what would happen next. Dai Yuling also had a hard time winning. The key was that she encountered a relatively strong opponent, a peak transcendent realm third-layer cultivator. In any case, she won with her powerful martial spirit. She hadn't tasted defeat yet. After all, the opponents she encountered so far were relatively weak. However, the situation these two would face would only get worse and worse. She only hoped that they wouldn't lose 3 times, otherwise they would be eliminated. Shang Wanlei's situation was similar. Although he hadn't tasted defeat yet, his situation was very serious. Bai Feifei, Leng Hao, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu won relatively easily. Especially Bai Feifei. Basically, all her opponents directly admitted defeat and won without a fight. Besides the fact that she was the adopted daughter of Heavenly Exalt Demon Flame and the disciple of the sect master, most importantly, she'd crippled an outer court disciple on her first attack. So, how could anyone dare to fight her after this? The sect master said in a dignified manner that Bai Feifei rarely accepted such a competition, so she didn't hold back and didn't do it on purpose. But Ling Xiao clearly found out that she did it on purpose. He now understood why the flame deity was so proud of himself. He had raised Grandmaster Baiyun's daughter into such a cruel and vicious woman. This was a huge blow to Grandmaster Baiyun. After watching the other battles for a while, it was finally Ling Xiao's turn again. Coincidentally, his opponent was the early Transcendent Realm inner disciple who had just lost to Ming Tian. Ling Xiao smiled and leaped onto the stage. Although he didn't look gorgeous, he looked calm and relaxed. It was obvious that he had cultivated his movement technique to the point of perfection. Among the inner sect disciples, there were very few 7th layer and 6th layer Transcendent Realm cultivators, no more than 10 of them in total. Ling Xiao meeting one was really bad luck. At the very least, compared to Zhao Ji, Dai Yuling, and Shangguan Lei, he was rather terrible. Ling Xiao just stood there and looked at his opponent indifferently before cupping his fists and saying, "Senior brother, please show me your skills." "Humph, you seem to be looking down on me. Don't think that just because I lost to Ming Tian, I will lose to you." The inner sect disciple coldly snorted. "Ming Tian is a genius disciple, you're not." As he spoke these words viciously, the true qi in his body continued to condense. "Oh, is that so? He's a genius, I'm not." Ling Xiao grinned. "He defeated you in one move, so even if I didn't make a move, you would still lose." "Nonsense, don't try to scare me." How could the inner sect disciple believe Ling Xiao's nonsense? He suddenly condensed his true qi, brandished his saber, and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Mountain-shattering saber art, mountain-splitting strength. Ling Xiao still stood there, not moving. The inner sect disciple was surprised. He didn't think that Ling Xiao was the kind of idiot who wouldn't make a move. There was definitely a conspiracy here. But what was the conspiracy? He didn't know. The saber art had already been used, and it was impossible to withdraw it. He simply gritted his teeth and chopped down with his saber. "Fall!" Ling Xiao's eyes were smiling as he softly uttered a word. As soon as he finished speaking, the inner sect disciple was already lying on the ground, as if something had grabbed him and he couldn't move. You actually used demonic arts!" The inner sect disciple cried out in shock. "Idiot, still not admitting defeat? That's because he used the array formation of the battle stage." "What demonic arts?" The one who spoke was the array formation hall master. She was surprised to find that the array formation of the battle stage where Ling Xiao was at had already been controlled by Ling Xiao. This array formation originally had a heavy pressure effect. The purpose was to restrain some disciples who suddenly went crazy. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to actually use this. Was this considered a move? It didn't seem to be. This time, even the Grand Sect Master was surprised. She wasn't afraid of how strong Ling Xiao was. Anyway, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be compared to her disciples, let alone her. However, this kid was actually able to control the array formation of the battle stage in such a short time. This was too terrifying. "I admit defeat!" The inner sect disciple's face was red, but there was nothing he could do. He was lying there and couldn't stand up. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. Unfortunately, after admitting defeat, he had lost 3 times and could only be eliminated. He was really unlucky to have met Bai Feifei, Ming Tian, and Ling Xiao one after another. Originally, he thought that losing to Bai Feifei was normal and that he should be confident in dealing with Ming Tian and Ling Xiao. Who knew that he would lose more and more miserably in the last round? There was already a shocking discussion in the audience. Many people were discussing how terrifying Ling Xiao was. "When fighting with this kid, I have to be careful of his array formation in the future. It's too hard to guard against it," Xin Tianlin secretly reminded himself. He really didn't need to use one move to defeat the inner sect disciple. Although it was a trick, it's really powerful. If Ming Tian is a genius, he should be considered a genius. Sect Master Chang Yueying secretly nodded. This kid hasn't used any moves until now. In the previous battles, he used ordinary attacks to defeat his opponents. Now that he's met a strong opponent, he changed to an array formation. Doesn't he plan to expose his martial arts? Even Bai Feifei, who originally disdained Ling Xiao, was a little concerned about Ling Xiao now. But if it were me, I definitely wouldn't fall for his trick. Ling Xiao glanced at Bai Feifei and couldn't help but secretly smile. This woman was indeed powerful. However, if he could borrow the battle stage's array formation, it wasn't impossible to deal with her. In fact, he used the array formation to deal with the inner sect disciple just now. The battle stage's array formation had many other functions. More importantly, there were half-step heavenly venerables protecting the array formation with all their might. In other words, he might even be able to borrow the power of these half-step heavenly venerables to deal with Bai Feifei. Although his strength was inferior to the opponent, it didn't mean that he couldn't win. Ever since the trip to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, Ling Xiao realized the importance of this tactic more and more. Feifei, do you want to help your father vent his anger? Sect Master Chan Yueli asked Bai Feifei, who had already returned to her side. Yes. Chapter 501. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble everyone to arrange a match between Feifei and that little brat. Although the Supreme Sect Master's voice was very low, the elders responsible for arranging the matches did not dare disobey. Although Sect Master Chan Yuing was a little unhappy, there was nothing she could do. Chan Yueli was her master, and her cultivation was much higher than hers. As a result, the two people who were unlikely to meet were arranged together. It was just that they would not meet so soon. At the same time, Elder Jean was also arranging two matches. Of these two matches, one was against Zhao Ji and the other against Dai Yuling. As for the rest of the upper echelons, they turned a blind eye to this. In any case, it was not a big deal. As a result, Zhao Xi's next opponent was a peak Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator, while he was only a peak Transcendent Realm 2nd layer cultivator. Dai Yuling's next opponent was an early Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivator, while she was only an early Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator. Elder Jean did not arrange an opponent that was too excessive, that would be too obvious. He still wanted to maintain his old face. Besides, he felt that an opponent a whole realm higher would be enough to defeat Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling. After all, these two people were not geniuses, and it was not easy for them to deal with cultivators in the same realm. Ling Xiao, little beast, if you dare disrespect this king will make all the people around you suffer. He glared at Ling Xiao coldly and thought to himself. The dignified head of the law enforcement hall was actually so narrow-minded. No wonder all the disciples he raised were so disgusting. Ling Xiao paid close attention to all of this. When Zhao Ji's opponent appeared, almost everyone thought that Zhao Ji would lose. Brother Emperor, it's all your fault for insisting on being friends with that Ling Xiao. Now I can see that someone is deliberately messing with you. Zhao Xi had gradually calmed down by this time, but she still felt that it was inappropriate for Zhao Ji to be friends with Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter if I lose, I still have a chance anyway. Besides, even if I can't participate in the Tower Ascension ceremony, Brother Emperor chose Ling Xiao to be my friend because he is loyal. Zhao Ji said as he was about to go on stage, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao, who whispered a few words in his ear. Really? Zhao Ji asked in surprise. You won't go wrong if you listen to me. Once you're up there, just do that. Ling Xiao nodded at him. Good. I believe Senior Brother Ling's words. Zhao Ji jumped onto the stage. When everyone on Elder Jin's side was waiting to see him make a fool of himself, he suddenly ended the battle with a very beautiful move. Victory in one move. His opponent's weak spot had been completely struck. Although it was one realm higher, it wasn't by much. The reason why geniuses were able to challenge those of a higher level was because of their outstanding eyesight. They were able to detect their opponent's weaknesses. Zhao Ji could not be considered a genius, but he had received guidance from Ling Xiao. With his full strength, he naturally won easily. It's Ling Xiao again! Sect leader, isn't this against the rules? Meng Yuan could not help but ask. Impudent, how can you speak to sect leader like that? Wang Han Tianzun had long been unhappy with Elder Jin's side. He had been enduring it previously, but now he finally exploded. Disciple knows his mistake. Meng Yuan's expression was ugly as he apologized. All right, this isn't against the rules. There's no problem in giving some guidance before the battle, but after the battle begins, it's not allowed. Chang Weiing reminded. Following that, Dai Yuling's battle process was basically the same. She also won after receiving guidance from Ling Xiao. Although the two of them knew that doing this might be a bit unfair, they just didn't want to reveal their trump cards here. Otherwise, with their strength, they would be able to win. The Tower Ascension ceremony was very important. Even the person with the worst opportunity, as long as they didn't die inside, their cultivation and strength would advance by leaps and bounds after coming out. Thus, the two of them didn't want to miss it. Ling Xiao helped them because of this point. In the next few battles, Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Ling Hao, and Ming Tian were still able to win. Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, and Ming Tian were basically able to defeat their opponents in a single move. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that he actually got a bye, causing him to be somewhat puzzled. Of course, he didn't think too much about it. The number of people was getting smaller and smaller, so it was possible for him to get a bye. Bai Feifei is the strongest, there's no doubt about it. Wu Yang and Qin Wu are both veteran intersect disciples, and this is their last time participating in the Tower Ascension ceremony. As 7th layer transcendent realm cultivators, they are naturally the strongest. After them, I'm afraid Ming Tian and Ling Hao are the two great geniuses, right? Hey, don't forget about Ling Xiao. He still has a complete victory so far. If there was a winning streak, he would have already advanced. That's true. Although Ling Xiao is an outer sect disciple, his strength is unfathomable. That guy is also a monster. He's obviously so strong, yet he refuses to enter the inner sect. It's really strange. The audience was discussing one after another, but the focus of their discussion was actually Ling Xiao. Because so far, Ling Xiao was the most difficult person to see through among them. Let's wait and see. Ling Xiao only knows how to play some small tricks. He may not have true strength. Obviously, the discussion about Ling Xiao was divided into two extremes. Those who liked him very much. Those who didn't like him were jealous and unhappy. No matter what, they wanted to find fault with Ling Xiao. When there were only 60 people left, the elimination process became more and more intense. Zhao Ji finally lost another battle, making it 2 defeats. However, Ling Xiao felt that Zhao Ji had made a wise decision. The other party had a treasure-grade artifact, so there was no need for him to fight head-on. In any case, 2 defeats were absolutely allowed. There were only 40 spots left, so there was no reason to exhaust his strength. Perhaps after this round of battles, he wouldn't need to fight again. When Dai Yuling met Ming Tian, she also admitted defeat without hesitation. She wouldn't fight head-on in such an unwinnable battle. Moreover, even if she lost this battle, she had only lost once. As for Shangguan Lei, his luck was extremely good. Of course, it could also be said that Elder Jean had arranged a weaker opponent for him. He won easily, and he still had a complete victory until now. One really didn't know what kind of expression Elder Jean would have when he found out that Shangguan Lei had secretly helped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao against Ling Hao. Ling Xiao's opponent was actually not weak. He was one of the 2 great geniuses, second only to Ming Tian. The reason why he arranged such an opponent for Ling Xiao was only because the Grand Sect Master wanted to use Ling Hao to see Ling Xiao's strength, so as to serve as a reference for Bai Feifei. After all, although Bai Feifei was strong, she had basically never displayed it against a human. Although she had killed many ferocious beasts, they were still very different from humans. Ling Hao was being used by someone without knowing it. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at heavenly venerable golden light on the grandstand. Chapter 502. Ling Xiao used his gaze to ask Emperor Golden Light if he should give in to Ling Hao. However, the voice transmission that Emperor Golden Light gave him was, "Help this Emperor wake that guy up properly. This brat's cultivation has advanced a bit now and is a little too arrogant. Have to kill his arrogance." "Alright then." Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. This Emperor Golden Light was also too much. "You didn't teach your own disciple yourself, but instead made me help you. Sigh. Might as well give it a try." The spectators were all looking forward to this battle very much. After all, Lin Hao was regarded as one of the two great geniuses like Ming Tian. Although his cultivation was slightly lacking, that was because his foundation was weaker to begin with. In terms of cultivation speed, not only did he not lose to Ming Tian, he was even a little faster. Whether Ling Xiao had real ability or fake ability, this battle would be able to see clearly. However, to their disappointment, the battle ended much faster than they had imagined. In their view, even if Lin Hao could not defeat Ling Xiao, he could at least last over 100 moves. But Ling Xiao only used one move to defeat Ling Hao. At any rate, he used a move. Snow Lotus Sword Art Flying Snow. This was Ling Xiao's most commonly used sword move. What he used in his hand was still the Ice Dragon Sword. He did not use any special move. This made the Grand Sect Master greatly disappointed. However, it was this move that directly shattered Ling Hao's protective true essence. Then, a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder, and he was also directly pierced flying out. Ling Hao, who was lying on the ground, simply did not dare to believe this result. He had not even used a move yet and was actually defeated. Elder Jean and the Grand Sect Master exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. But Wanhan Tianzuan and Yang Danlin were overjoyed. As for Emperor Golden Light, he directly went over and mentioned his disciple Ling Hao, muttering something in his ear. It was also unknown what he said. Ling Hao's originally dejected fighting spirit burst forth once more. "Ling Xiao, from now on, Ming Tian is no longer the target that I pursue. You will become my new target to pursue." After saying that, Ling Hao returned to Heavenly Lord Golden Light's side and sat down cross-legged to heal himself. Ling Xiao didn't use too much force, so his injuries weren't that serious. After this round of battles, some more people were eliminated. There were still 50 people left. There were a total of 50 participants in the Tower Ascension ceremony, but because there were 10 seated contestants, the final quota for the qualifiers was 40. Therefore, another 10 people had to be eliminated. It was estimated that after another round of battle, it should be about done. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He felt that something was amiss. The Grand Supreme Sect Master was looking at him as if he was a test subject. Was he really going to let Bai Feifei fight him? He shook his head. "Let's fight then." "Who's afraid of who?" "As long as you're not afraid of losing face." Ling Xiao sneered. He was actually looking forward to it. Currently, the few people with the best battle records seemed to have powerful backers behind them. Bai Feifei represented the Grand Supreme Sect leader. Ming Tian represented the Flame Deity. Behind Wu Yang and Qin Wu was Elder Jean. Lin Hao represented Heavenly Lord Golden Light. Ling Xiao represented the entire Outer Sect. Naturally, he would receive the support of the Outer Sect Hall Master, Heavenly Lord Wu Go. Of course, he also had the support of Yang Danlin and Wanhan Tianzuan. This was another story. At this point in the battle, although the higher-ups didn't participate in the battle, they were actually competing in their hearts. They all hoped that their disciples would be able to achieve a hearty victory. "Junior brother Ling, as long as you don't meet my senior sister Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, there shouldn't be a problem, right?" Although Lan Yue was the Grand Supreme Sect Master's disciple, she was obviously a little too concerned about Ling Xiao. "That's true." Ling Xiao smiled. Lan Yue was right. Although he could defeat Wu Yang and Qin Wu, he was afraid that he would have to use some extraordinary means. And if he wanted to defeat Bai Feifei, it would be even more troublesome. Unfortunately, senior sister, my opponent for this round is still your senior sister, Bai Feifei. Ling Xiao shrugged helplessly and showed Lan Yu the number he drew. How could it be? Lan Yu smiled bitterly and said, Junior brother Ling, you are too unlucky. Alas, forget it. Anyway, you haven't lost a single battle. When you meet my senior sister, just admit defeat. You are not her opponent. I want to admit defeat, but I'm afraid that she won't give me the chance. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, Your senior sister is so strong. If she really forces me to fight, I won't be able to do anything unless I take a blow from her. Then what should we do? Lan Yu asked worriedly. Forget it. There will always be a way. Ling Xiao smiled and said. The battle resumed. Zhao Xi's last battle was very difficult. In the end, he relied on the defensive fine artifact that Ling Xiao gave him to take a blow from his opponent, and then defeated him. It was a narrow victory. He probably knew that this might be the last round, so he went all out. Dai Yuling was more unlucky to meet Wu Yang. Under Ling Xiao's reminder, she directly counted her opponents. So far, she had been defeated twice, but she would not be eliminated. Shangguan Lei's opponent this time was still evenly matched, but with the defensive artifact in his hand, he won in the end. Zhao Ji and Shangguan Lei's victory was really related to Ling Xiao. As for Ling Hao, although he was defeated by Ling Xiao, he won this round cleanly. He defeated his opponent who was stronger than him, and it was obvious that this guy's cultivation had a breakthrough. Qin Wu's opponent directly admitted defeat, so he won easily. Ming Tian's opponent did not admit defeat, but he was still defeated by Ming Tian in one blow. Ming Tian! Ming Tian! Until now, Ming Tian still had a perfect record. Of course, this was related to the fact that he did not meet Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, or Qin Wu, but it was still very dazzling. Therefore, among the spectators, he had too many fans. However, Ming Tian seemed to be unsatisfied. Although he had won, his eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. His battle intent surged to the heavens, and many people were shocked by it. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They thought that Ling Xiao would at least show respect or pay equal attention to Ming Tian. However, he did not. Ling Xiao closed his eyes at this time and did not pay attention to Ming Tian at all. It was because in his eyes, a person like Ming Tian who betrayed his master and ancestors and betrayed him was not worthy of being his opponent at all. Not to mention that Ming Tian was inferior to him now. Even if he was really stronger, he would be too lazy to pay attention to him. What's with Ling Xiao's attitude? He even looks down on the number one genius? That's right. What's so great about him? He just defeated Ling Hao. How can Ling Hao be compared to Ming Tian? A bunch of idiots. Your vision is not as good as a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Hao scolded disdainfully. Ling Xiao's strength is not what you can estimate. If you don't believe me, who dares to bet with me? Bet on what? Bet on the battle between Ling Xiao and senior apprentice sister Bai. I bet that Ling Xiao will win. Ling Hao's words were simply shocking. Even Heavenly Venerable Golden Light felt that this disciple of his was crazy. Chapter 503. Ha ha! There was a burst of laughter from below the stage. Because no one thought that Ling Xiao would win. Including Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light, Wanghan Tianzuan, Heavenly Sovereign Wu Go, Yang Danlin, and others who supported Ling Xiao. I say, Ling Hao, did you lose to Ling Xiao? Is your brain stupid? Shen Tianlin said disdainfully. What does an idiot like you know? I heard that you actually stopped Ling Xiao and said that you wanted to teach him a lesson. I advise you to give up on that idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Don't forget those idiots in the outer sect, Wang Feng, Su Ying, and He Suo. In the past, Lin Hao was actually quite disdainful of Ling Xiao. In fact, because his master often mentioned Ling Xiao in his ears, he even had a very strong hostility towards Ling Xiao. However, After today's battle, he could be considered to have been enlightened. Ling Xiao was really no longer on the same level as them. This person was not only powerful in strength, but also in that terrifying wisdom. What was Bai Feifei? Although she was strong, she had never experienced actual combat. She would not even know how she died if she was played to death by Ling Xiao. It was precisely because of this that he firmly believed that Ling Xiao could definitely win. Do you dare to bet? Ling Hao asked loudly. Hao, don't mess around. Come back quickly. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light shouted sternly. Although Ling Hao was a little unhappy, his master told him to go back. He could only helplessly walk towards Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Little fellow, this old woman will bet with you. The sect master suddenly smiled and said, If you lose, your master will have to promise to do something for me. If you win, this old woman will also promise to do something for you. Sect master, why do you have to make things difficult for a child? Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light smiled bitterly. Ling Hao said, Master is master, and I am me. Although I definitely won't lose, I can't use master as a wager. Haha, I've long heard that Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light is domineering and straightforward. This old woman also admires it very much. Why is it that when I see you today, you are as timid as a mouse? You are actually inferior to your own disciple? The Grand Sect Master narrowed his eyes and smiled. Let's bet then. Heavenly Lord Golden Light was a rather straightforward person. Even if the other party was the Grand Sect Master, he could not tolerate being forced to such an extent. What a fool, Golden Light! Wang Hantianzun smiled bitterly and said, Do you really think Ling Xiao can win? It's too difficult. Heavenly Lord Golden Light glanced at Ling Xiao with a questioning look. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment before he finally nodded. The more he looked at the self-proclaimed old woman, the more he disliked her. Since you've arranged for your disciple to deal with me, then don't blame me if she loses. All right, Supreme Sect Master. Everyone here heard what you said just now. The Golden Ray Celestial Sword Ling Xiao nodded and made the final decision. This young man had given him too many surprises, so he was willing to take a gamble. That Ling Xiao is really a madman. That's right. He actually wants to defeat Senior Sister Bai, who is a half-step Empyrean. Maybe he has some other tricks up his sleeve. Who knows? Anyway, the battle is about to begin. We'll know the result later. This battle was incomparably anticipated. In addition, the battles on the other battle stages had also ended. Therefore, it could be said that everyone present was watching Ling Xiao and Bai Feifei. On the battle stage, Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Bai Feifei and said, Senior Sister Bai, please show mercy. Show mercy? Bai Feifei snorted coldly and said, Whether it's my foster father or my master, they have never taught me how to show mercy. Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but be puzzled. Wasn't the difference between the three disciples taught by the same master too great? Well, does Senior Sister Bai know that her biological father is still alive? Ling Xiao asked again. Of course, these conversations were carried out between the two of them through voice transmission. No one else could hear them. Of course I know. No? If you know, why don't you look for him? Ling Xiao was shocked. He had always thought that Bai Feifei was kept in the dark by the flame deity, so she did not know that her father was still alive. It turned out that this woman knew. Humph, a piece of trash is not worthy of being my father. Bai Feifei snorted coldly. Senior Sister Bai, do you know that your mother was killed by the flame deity, and you were also kidnapped by the flame deity? Your father, Master Bai Yun, has been looking for you all these years. Ling Xiao explained. I know all these. Foster father has already told me. Bai Feifei sneered and said, But so what? I'm living very well now. In this world, only the strong have status and dignity. The weak should die. I won't kill you today. Go back and tell that old man to stop bothering me in the future. I, Bai Feifei, only have one father, and that is the flame deity. You're really hopeless. Ling Xiao had thought that after explaining everything, Bai Feifei would cry bitterly and seek revenge on the flame deity. But he was wrong. Who said that people were born good? It was all nonsense. If this woman had not wanted to become like this, the flame deity alone would not have been able to train her to such a state. What's more, even though they were both Chang Yueli's disciples, Chang Yueying and Lan Yu were completely different from her. Sure enough, she had chosen this path willingly. Enough nonsense. When the battle begins, I will let you know that in the world of the strong, the weak have no right to speak at all. Bai Feifei looked at Heavenly Eye, waiting for the battle to begin. It's not wrong to respect the strong, but if you forget even the most basic human relationships, then you are no different from a beast. Today, let me, Ling Xiao, beat you awake, stupid woman. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly soared as he fully released his early Transcendent Realm's 6th layer cultivation. How is this possible? This little brat actually broke through to the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer in such a short time. How did he cultivate? Too terrifying. What genius! There's nothing in front of him. This is a true genius. Humph, so what if he's a genius? It's a pity he's too arrogant, and doesn't know his limits. Today, he will definitely be defeated by Senior Sister Bai. For a time, there were all kinds of comments in the audience. Some praised Ling Xiao. Naturally, there were also those who were jealous. There were also those who poured cold water on him and cursed. However, all of this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao on the stage. His battle had already begun. The battle stage's spirit array was firmly in his hands. Not only that, he had also integrated the Plague Bone Dissolving Array and Myriad Beast Blood Refining Array into it. If he did not play with this Bai Feifei this time, he would write his name upside down. Ling Xiao versus Bai Feifei, battle begin. The instant Empyrean Heavenly Eye's voice fell, Bai Feifei abruptly erupted. Obviously, she was not willing to give Ling Xiao any chance to beg for mercy or admit defeat. She wanted to defeat Ling Xiao in the cleanest and most elegant way possible. One move was enough. That was what she thought. Ah. Below the stage, Dai Yuling cried out nervously. Lan Yu also looked nervous. Zhao Ji was on tenterhooks. Yang Danlin, Heavenly Venerable Wu Go, Wang Han Tianzuan, and Heavenly Venerable Golden Light were also worried. Elder Jean, Grand Sect Master, and the others, however, smiled. What's the use of having a sharp tongue? You're still going to lose. Chapter 504. Bang! Bai Feifei's fair palm imprinted onto Ling Xiao's body, and a huge explosion sounded out. His body instantly split apart, shattering into pieces on the ground. Fake? Bai Feifei looked at the fragments beneath her feet in shock, and then she turned her gaze to Ling Xiao, who had already appeared on the other side of the contest ring. Then he laughed disdainfully. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be able to condense a Sword Soul clone, but do you really think that you can become my opponent just by relying on this little trick? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I'll let you know in a while how terrifying this martial arts world is. It's not something that can be understood just by killing a few fierce beasts. Ling Xiao smiled, and ignored Bai Feifei's offensive words. He had already understood Bai Feifei's level. His strength was really strong. The attack power of a half-step Empyrean was definitely not something that he could withstand. Even if his Earth spirit body could withstand it, he would definitely be injured. However, this woman's actual combat experience was too poor. She couldn't even see through the Sword Soul clone, so he had some confidence in his heart. Taking advantage of the fact that this woman was still unclear about his methods, he might as well make the first move and gain the upper hand. He would be able to find some flaws in this woman's background. Thinking of this, he suddenly pulled out his Ice Dragon sword. A powerful true essence condensed on it. Bai Feifei was not in a hurry to attack, because she realized that Ling Xiao had no intention of surrendering or begging for mercy. Since that was the case, there was no need to do that. She was also very curious as to what qualifications Ling Xiao had to fight with her. 12 Golden Lotus Arts Rain Celestial Phenomenon. Hua! Suddenly, a torrential rain began to pour down on the contest ring. However, the strange thing was that the entire area where the heavy rain fell was only the contest ring. There was not a single drop of rain in the surroundings. The rain had completely covered Bai Feifei's line of sight on the stage. Only the experts of the heaven realm could vaguely see the two figures in the heavy rain. Bai Feifei frowned. She really did not expect Ling Xiao to do such a thing. However, after a moment of surprise, he didn't think much of it. She believed that she was strong enough to disdain Ling Xiao's despicable methods. Even if it was raining heavily and she couldn't see Ling Xiao's figure, as long as he made a move, she would be able to react. She released her true essence in an attempt to sense the existence of Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt discomfort in her body. Oh no, this isn't normal rain! Bai Feifei was really too inexperienced. Did she think that Ling Xiao had spent so much effort to make this rain purely to hide himself? As the torrential rain fell on her body, she actually felt a burst of palpitations, as if her true essence was rapidly disintegrating. Turning pale with fright, Bai Feifei angrily shouted, "Despicable and shameless thief, your tricks are useless against me!" A sword appeared in her hand, and she pierced through the air. A terrifying amount of true essence leaked out, and the torrential rain around her seemed to have encountered an obstacle, and could no longer land on her body. Even so, Bai Feifei didn't dare to be careless. Now that the problem of the torrential rain has been solved, she still didn't see Ling Xiao's figure. Therefore, she clenched her teeth and continued to stab with her long sword. One has to admit that she was truly strong. The wind phenomenon was completely destroyed by her, and the torrential rain on the battling platform stopped. Other than Ling Xiao's disappearance, everything seemed to have returned to normal. Where is Ling Xiao? Where is Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao sure is strange. There is nothing else on the battling platform, yet he was able to disappear right under our noses. How did he do it? Bai Feifei was not the only one who was shocked and flustered. Even the higher-ups who were watching the battle were shocked. Don't panic! Bai Feifei tried her best to calm herself down. She believed that with her capabilities, even if Ling Xiao turned into a mosquito and flew past her, she would be able to detect him. If that was the case, then what was there to worry about? She stood on the battling platform and carefully observed her surroundings. There wasn't even a bug that crawled on the clean stone floor. But Ling Xiao, a living person, just disappeared without a trace? Could it be an array? Bai Feifei was a little nervous. Arrays and arrays were far too mysterious. She didn't know anything about them, but she knew how powerful they were. She didn't dare to be careless and didn't even dare to move. Ha! Suddenly, someone below the stage laughed out loud. You are a half-step heavenly sovereign and you claim that you can kill Ling Xiao with one move. But now you are so scared that you don't even dare to move. The person who spoke was Ling Hao. This kid was really bold. He even dared to laugh at Bai Feifei. However, he was one of the geniuses groomed by the Yuehua school, and he had heavenly sovereign golden light's protection. He really wasn't afraid of anything. Moreover, what he said was the truth. Although the Grand Supreme Sect Master's old face was very smooth, it seemed to have stiffened at this moment. A few wrinkles actually appeared on his face. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to use arrays to such an extent. He was even more brilliant than the array master. Bai Feifei was provoked by Ling Hao's words. She was furious. She gritted her teeth and finally raised her foot. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt an almost imperceptible murderous aura rushing toward her. She didn't panic. Instead, she smiled. Ling Xiao, that brat, really couldn't hold it in anymore. She still pretended to walk in the direction of the murderous aura. She seemed to be defenseless, but her expression was exceptionally focused. No one? When she walked there, she didn't find anything unusual. Ling Xiao was still nowhere to be seen, and the murderous aura had also disappeared. Oh no! Suddenly she felt a slight fluctuation of true core in the sky above her head. At that moment, she realized that she had made a serious mistake. She only cared about looking around and didn't look up to check. Now that she felt the faint fluctuation of true core, she knew that something was wrong. It was too late to check, so she simply stabbed her sword toward the top of her head and burst out with powerful true core. She was determined to make Ling Xiao, who had ambushed her, suffer a great loss. It would be best if he was killed by her sword. Only then would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. Whoosh! Bang! The sword she directly collided with the array protective wall of the battling platform, making a dull sound. However, no one screamed. She looked up in great perplexity. However, there was no one there. She had used up a lot of true core to attack, but it turned out that she was just being paranoid. That faintly discernible true essence fluctuation came from the battle stage's array formation. Ling Xiao, that brat, actually played such a trick. Could it be that he wants to exhaust me to death? Bai Feifei thought of a very pessimistic possibility. If that was really the case, then she would lose too unjustly today. What is senior sister Bai doing? Fighting with the air? Someone below the stage asked in confusion. Chapter 505. What the hell do you know? We can't see Ling Xiao, but senior sister Bai should be able to see him. Maybe Ling Xiao has already been stabbed. Just as this person's voice fell, a dazzling cold light suddenly stabbed towards Bai Feifei's side with the force of thunder and lightning. The tip of the sword had already pierced through Bai Feifei's clothes. Only then did this proud and vicious woman realize the danger. At that moment, she was so frightened that her soul almost flew away. But after all, she had fought countless fierce beasts. At the crucial moment, she condensed all the true essence in her body to one point and blocked Ling Xiao's sword attack. But even so, her clothes still seeped with dark red blood. Although the injury was not serious, it was still an injury. After Bai Feifei blocked Ling Xiao's attack, she did not dare to be negligent. Her figure rapidly retreated and almost directly fell out of the tournament stage. Only then did she manage to stand still, looking at the place where the sword light stabbed out in shock and anger. In the void, there was actually a deep air cave. The tournament stage's array has the function of allowing cultivators to temporarily dodge attacks. It only comes in handy when the opponent goes crazy. I didn't expect this kid to actually use it, the array hall master said in surprise. She really admired Ling Xiao. This kid really made her, the hall master, feel ashamed of her own inferiority. Ling Xiao jumped out of the cave and shook off the blood on the tip of the sword. He smiled and said, "What a pity! I thought this sneak attack was perfect. I didn't expect senior sister to actually block it. But then again, you should be glad that this is just a tournament and not a Jianghu vendetta. Otherwise, you would already be dead." Ling Xiao had a treasured artifact in his hand. If he really wanted to kill Bai Feifei, he definitely could have done it. He only needed to enter his human dragon form. But he could not kill this person for the time being. Although this woman was hateful, she was Grandmaster Bai Yun's daughter. At most, he could capture this woman alive and hand her over to Grandmaster Bai Yun to deal with. This was a promise that he once made. He would not easily go back on his words. Looking at Ling Xiao's calm and collected manner, he thought to himself. Bai Feifei's originally rosy face turned a little pale. Her heart was still thumping wildly because of the thrill of the sword just now. It was a close call. Although Ling Xiao made it sound easy, she could feel that she had just brushed shoulders with death. Ever since she became sensible, she had only had such an experience once, and that was when she was attacked by two peak Class 9 vicious beasts. At that time, she was only an 8th order transcendent realm cultivator. Now, she was already a half-step Empyrean, but this fear once again occupied her entire body. And the one who gave her this fear was none other than Ling Xiao. It was that Ling Xiao whom she looked down on and disdained. "Admit defeat, senior sister Bai. I'll give the Grand Sect Master some face today. I can't let her lose face, right?" Ling Xiao looked at the Grand Sect Master on the stage with a smile. This old lady might not have any grievances with Ling Xiao, but her personality was vicious. She didn't need a reason to kill and destroy people. Perhaps in her eyes, Ling Xiao was just a test subject, just like those vicious beasts she had captured and used as sparring partners for her disciples. If he died, he died. If there was a grudge between them, Ling Xiao could understand, but this kind of character who didn't take the lives of others seriously made him feel very uncomfortable. Especially this time, the one being used as a test subject was him. Since you treat this young master like this, don't blame this young master for not giving you any face. He said he wanted Bai Feifei to admit defeat, but in fact, he was simply slapping Grand Sect Master Chang Yuli's face. What a joke! How could I possibly admit defeat? Bai Feifei took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Although she was still afraid, the same trick would definitely not work in front of her, so she was no longer afraid. At this time, her voice was slightly hoarse and dry because of fear. I admit that as your senior sister, I have underestimated a despicable and cunning little brat like you. You have played this trick beautifully. You are really qualified to make me use my real strength. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to react, Bai Feifei raised the long sword in her hand and pointed it at Ling Xiao. He could feel that her true essence was undergoing some special changes. At the same time, a martial spirit phantom appeared behind her. It was a lute as white as jade. An ancient musical instrument. Pipa martial spirit? Ling Xiao had seen weapon-type martial spirits before, but it was the first time he had seen a musical instrument martial spirit like the pipa. However, no matter what martial spirit it was, there were only 3 functions. First, to strengthen the martial artist's ability in a certain aspect. Second, to help the martial artist attack. Third, to bestow the martial artist with a special ability. Basically, there were only these 3 types, unless it was an extremely special martial spirit, such as the 9 great primordial dragon soul, which might have other special effects. Ling Xiao stood there with the ice dragon sword in his hand, looking for an opportunity to attack. The current Bai Feifei made her feel that she was in danger, so he didn't approach her for the time being. After all, his opponent's cultivation was much stronger than his. A head-on battle was simply courting death. To fight with this woman, one naturally had to rely on wisdom. Demonic sound sword art! Bai Feifei slowly spat out 4 short and powerful words. This cold and ruthless voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, bringing with it an extremely terrifying killing intent and a strange feeling. It seemed like this woman really hated Ling Xiao to the core. This kind of hatred and killing intent was something that could only be displayed by an irreconcilable enemy. As Bai Feifei's voice fell, an astonishing baleful aura suddenly erupted from her body. This aura was like a storm, becoming stronger and stronger. It also quickly spread out in all directions, quickly enveloping the entire contest ring. Although Ling Xiao was already prepared, he was still hit head-on by this sudden and violent aura. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. What a terrifying true essence! What a terrifying aura! Ling Xiao frowned, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He was very clear that his sneak attack just now had caused Bai Feifei to suffer a loss and lose quite a bit of face. This woman was preparing to use her true trump card. Even calling out his martial spirit was the best evidence. Little bastard, to be able to see my martial spirit and demonic sound sword art, even if you go to hell, you should be satisfied. Bai Feifei's furious voice sounded from the contest ring. The spectators could all feel that terrifying aura. Ling Xiao is in trouble this time. Yeah, he's just a little smart, but he can't beat senior sister Bai's strength. I heard that the demonic sound sword art is a top gold grade martial art. Even core disciples find it hard to learn it. And that Pipa martial spirit, it doesn't seem to be much of a threat, but the more strange the martial spirit is, the more troublesome it is. Right. The sounds of discussion were incessant. However, Ling Xiao did not listen to a single word. Chapter 506. Ling Xiao was currently an early Transcendent Realm's 6th layer cultivator, while his opponent was a half-step Heavenly Venerable, an existence that surpassed the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to be Bai Feifei's opponent. But the current situation was in his favor. He could draw true qi from the half-step Heavenly Venerable guarding the battle stage with the help of the Spirit Array, so his strength was not inferior to Bai Feifei's. If it were any other place, he would most likely be forced to flee upon seeing Bai Feifei, unless he used his ancient golden dragon form. But the current situation was special, and Bai Feifei, this stupid woman's combat experience and adaptability were simply too poor. If he couldn't even win against this girl, then he, Ling Xiao, would have gotten the mountain river martial spirit for nothing. He would be too useless. The poor half-step heavenly venerable guarding the spirit array felt his true chi constantly leaking out and thought that the battle between the two of them was putting too much pressure on the spirit array. But little did he know that Ling Xiao was secretly using his true chi. Standing there, Ling Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he coldly stared at the long sword in Bai Feifei's hand, feeling a little surprised. He saw that Bai Feifei's long sword was undergoing some strange changes at this moment. Many strange inscriptions had appeared on the originally smooth blade of the sword, giving off a colorful glow. Not only that, but the long sword was also vibrating slightly and emitting a strange sound. This sound might only sound beautiful to others, but in Ling Xiao's ears, it was like the sound of a demon, giving him a strong sense of foreboding. But even so, Ling Xiao's face was still as indifferent as water, as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions. His expression made Bai Feifei feel very uncomfortable. In Bai Feifei's opinion, once she used her demonic sound sword art and summoned her Pipa martial spirit, Ling Xiao would definitely be shocked and helpless. Especially with her terrifying murderous intent and violent momentum against an early 6th-layer transcendent realm cultivator, it was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. She thought that Ling Xiao would immediately kneel down and kowtow to admit defeat. However, the reality was far from what she had imagined. "I really hate that expression of yours. You're just a trivial early-stage transcendent realm 6th-layer cultivator. What gives you the right to act so calm in front of a half-step heavenly venerable? Why was he so confident? Are you that confident?" Bai Feifei gritted her teeth and said, "You hypocrite, show me your fear and panic, and maybe I'll spare your life." "Oh, really?" Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "I'm really sorry to make you unhappy, senior sister. But I can't help it. Senior sister's performance really can't make me feel spirited, let alone scared. If this is all you have, then it's really disappointing." Psychological warfare was also a type of battle. To deal with a girl like Bai Feifei who had no actual combat experience, a few words were enough to make her completely crazy and lose her mind. As expected, Bai Feifei's expression became even angrier. She let out a wild howl and leaped up. With a light shake of the sword in her hand, she had already pierced it towards Ling Xiao. Demon Note Sword Art, Heart Slayer! A strange sound accompanied the sword strike as Bai Feifei's Pipa martial spirit began to play. This kind of music intoxicated the spectators and made them want to stand up and cheer for Bai Feifei. But for Ling Xiao, this was music that could kill. Listening to it was like listening to a demonic tune, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Bai Feifei did not want to give Ling Xiao a chance to play psychological warfare. She knew that she could not win against Ling Xiao, nor was she as cunning as Ling Xiao, so she planned to rely on her cultivation to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao stood there, his expression unchanged as he watched Bai Feifei's attack. As the mountain and river martial spirit circulated, the target and weakness of Bai Feifei's sword appeared. Seeing that Bai Feifei was already a foot away from him, he suddenly raised his ice dragon sword and thrusted it towards Bai Feifei. He did not defend at all. This sword of his was aimed at Bai Feifei's heart, which was a vital point. If Ling Xiao had used his qinggong to escape or used a formation to dodge, Bai Feifei would have been annoyed. However, when she saw that Ling Xiao was actually planning to exchange blows with her, the flames of joy ignited in her heart, and the expression on her face became ferocious. "Idiot, go and die. Go and repent after you go to hell." She spoke extremely quickly. The sword in her hand changed moves, blocking Ling Xiao's ice dragon sword. However, at this moment, her face revealed a complacent smile. Because under the long sword, a sword light suddenly split out, piercing straight towards Ling Xiao's heart. So her demonic sound sword actually had such a profound ability. Seeing that, Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. Holding on to the ice dragon's sword in his right hand, he continued to confront Bai Feifei's sword, while his left hand pulled out another sword, the Thunder Shadow sword that he had just bought from the Divine Weapon Hall. Since the opponent used the demonic sound, he would use the thunder sound to break it. Buzz! When the Thunder Shadow sword collided with the sword light, it produced a strange rumbling sound. Many of the disciples below the stage turned pale and spat out blood. There were even many people who fainted on the spot. This sound attack was simply too terrifying. It killed without leaving a trace and was difficult to block. However, Ling Xiao had used the sound of thunder to break the demonic sound, causing Bai Feifei's sword technique to become meaningless. Although the sword technique was broken, a look of surprise flashed past Bai Feifei's eyes. However, her attack did not stop because of this. Demonic sound sword art? Scattering splendor. Suddenly, the sword in her hand transformed into dozens of illusions, and the Pipa martial spirit behind her started to play even more hurried music. Countless notes that flickered with light attacked Ling Xiao like a torrential rain. The distance was too close, and the power was even more ferocious. Ling Xiao did not dare to take it head-on. Cloud Dragon Divine Travel? Illusion Array. Fully aware that his cultivation was far inferior to Bai Feifei's, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, but he did not show any signs of panic. In that instant, his entire person suddenly transformed into a faintly discernible illusory figure, speeding up on the stage. Notes that flickered with light constantly bombarded the stage, rumbling loudly. The half-step Empyreans guarding the array also became increasingly pale. Switch with this Empyrean! At the critical moment, the inner hall master Empyrean Heavenly Eye personally took action, protecting the stage's array formation, so as to prevent it from suddenly collapsing and injuring the disciples below the stage. The reason why that whistling sound just now overflowed was most likely because the half-step Empyrean's true essence was insufficient. He could not let the same thing happen again. When Bai Feifei saw Ling Xiao's ghost-like movement technique, her head hurt badly. What she could do now was to continue increasing the input of true essence. The Pipa's sound became even more hurried, like the drumbeats of a battlefield. And those flashing notes became more and more concentrated, virtually not giving Ling Xiao the slightest room to dodge. The spectators all exclaimed that it was marvelous. I originally thought that there was no suspense in this battle, but it was actually so brilliant and peerless. It really greatly exceeded my expectations. Even the headmaster Chang Yuang was also filled with emotion. This kind of battle, who loved to watch. That kind of one-sided battle, although satisfying, it was too fast. There was simply no time to appreciate it. Chapter 507. Bai Feifei's attacks became faster and faster, but Ling Xiao's movement technique was too strange. He was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and sometimes even stopped abruptly. However, those notes were unable to attack him, and could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Only when the notes gradually slowed down, and Bai Feifei stopped attacking while panting slightly did Ling Xiao stop. His figure quickly became real, revealing his hateful and indifferent face. Bai Feifei stood there, her chest rising and falling, and the hand holding the sword was trembling. It was obvious that she had consumed a lot of energy after using the powerful sword technique twice in a row. It should be about time to end the battle. Looking at Bai Feifei's situation, Ling Xiao revealed a smile of wisdom. Bai Feifei was extremely unhappy. This guy was actually like this again. Could it be that he had some tricks up his sleeves? Ling Xiao didn't care what she thought. To deal with people who were stronger than him, the first thing he had to do was to avoid their sharpness, then dampen their spirit, and exhaust their true essence as much as possible. He had to find a suitable opportunity to completely defeat them with the force of a thunderbolt. Now, it was time. He made an attacking posture and kept the ice dragon's sword. Holding the Thunder Shadow sword tightly with both hands, he aimed it at Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei was not in a hurry to attack. In fact, she had no way to attack first. She needed to recover, so she planned to stall for time. Junior brother Ling, to be honest, the fact that you were able to dodge 2 of my fatal attacks in a row has greatly surprised me. But do you think that if this continues, you will have the chance to dodge my attack again? To tell you the truth, although your movement technique is miraculous, when you used your sword move just now, I already discovered its weakness. Next, if you continue to be stubborn, then I will use an even more powerful sword move to defeat you. I have just mastered that sword move, and I can't even control it myself. Bai Feifei's attitude was as fickle as the weather in summer. Just a moment ago, he had wanted to kill him, but now he was actually affectionately calling him junior brother. This made Ling Xiao feel a burst of disgust, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Did this idiotic woman really think that she could stall for time or make him underestimate her? Bai Feifei probably didn't know that the more she said this, the less confident she was. Ling Xiao was increasingly certain that the best time for him to end the battle had arrived. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but it's too late." Bai Feifei's pretty face was filled with a ferocious expression, and her entire body was trembling with anger. This Ling Xiao actually dared to not give her face, actually dared to not do as she said. "Damn it! Since you insist on destroying both jade and common stone, then bring it on." She lost her mind once again and forgot that she had used up too much of her energy. She prepared to suddenly attack and kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. "Idiot who doesn't know what's good for you, go to hell!" Bai Feifei suddenly lifted her foot and took a step forward. Heavenly sound step. Her figure suddenly disappeared, and in an instant she appeared at a place about 10 feet away from Ling Xiao. In terms of speed, it was even faster than Ling Xiao's Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, but it was not as strange. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. However, the contradictory thing was that shock appeared on his face, and his figure involuntarily retreated backward, with a panicked look in his eyes. The Thunder Shadow sword in his hand also waved out a sword net, attempting to completely protect himself, as if he had instantly forgotten that his cultivation was much lower than his opponent's, and that he could not fight head-on. "Idiot!" Bai Feifei cursed inwardly, thinking that she had indeed made the right choice in using the heavenly melody steps at the very end. It was obvious that she had given Ling Xiao a huge shock, but that was enough. After that, the long sword in her hand trembled, and directly pierced into the sword net of Ling Xiao's Thunder Shadow sword. Based on her cultivation, she was not afraid of going head-to-head with Ling Xiao. Seeing that the long sword was about to break through the sword net and pierce Ling Xiao, Bai Feifei was alarmed to hear Ling Xiao's laughter. That laughter seemed to be somewhat complacent. Not good. A woman's intuition told Bai Feifei that she had fallen into a trap. But what kind of trap, she was completely unclear. Could this be another doppelganger? Impossible, this was definitely the real body. "Stupid woman, look around you!" Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out once again. Before Bai Feifei had time to look at the situation around her, suddenly the sky-shaking roars of wild beasts rang out from the tournament stage. It was as if countless wild beasts were crying out in grief, and that sound was enough to cause one to completely collapse. Then, Bai Feifei saw an incredible scene. Countless wild beasts, demon beasts, ferocious beasts, and evil beasts rushed towards her from all around the tournament stage. She wanted to escape, but her body couldn't move, as if it was imprisoned by something. "Thousand Beast Blood Refining Array, I didn't set it up for nothing. Now it's time to put it to use." Ling Xiao secretly sneered. He didn't intend to fight head-on with Bai Feifei in this battle. He just wanted to win, so he could do whatever it took. He didn't care about how he did it, or what he did. In the eyes of the spectators, Bai Feifei was clearly about to attack Ling Xiao, but she suddenly stopped. Then the long sword in her hand was thrown to the ground, and she held her head and screamed in pain. They didn't understand what happened, because they couldn't see the illusion of the Thousand Beasts Blood Refining Array. "Feifei, you disappoint me too much." Just when Ling Xiao was sure to win this round, Grand Headmaster Chang Yueli suddenly said. Her voice seemed to be blaming Bai Feifei, But in fact, she used her powerful soul force to break the illusion created by Ling Xiao. At that moment, Bai Feifei woke up from the illusion. She was shocked and angry. She was annoyed that she had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap again and again. She was angry at Ling Xiao's cunning. With the help of Grand Headmaster, she got out of the predicament. She raised her hand, and the demon note sword automatically returned to her hand. Then, she desperately waved the long sword, and her body was wrapped in a layer of musical notes, as if it had formed a protective wall made of musical notes. But Ling Xiao was in trouble. The illusion of the thousand beast blood refining array was broken by Grand Headmaster Chang Yueli, and he also suffered a soul attack. That was the soul attack of a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. He actually spat out a mouthful of blood. F***ck your grandfather Chang Yueli. As Grand Headmaster, you are simply shameless to the extreme. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao directly cursed at Chang Yueli. Chang Yueli had originally thought that by helping Bai Feifei, Ling Xiao would not dare to say anything even if he was at a disadvantage. However, she had not expected that Ling Xiao, this fellow, would be so audacious that he did not care who the other party was. Whatever he had to say, he would not hold back at all. At that moment, Chang Yueli's old face turned red. Chapter 508. Ling Xiao was still angry. In any case, it would take a while for Bai Feifei to completely wake up from the illusion. You evil creature, how can you talk to me like that? Chang Yueli had long lost her previous calmness. She was so angry that she actually stood up. IF *** 18 generations of ancestors. You shameless old man! You're really giving your ancestors face. Shameless and despicable. What a disgrace! Ling Xiao's anger still hadn't subsided. Chang Yueying, this is the good disciple you've accepted. As the Grand Master, Chang Yueli couldn't continue to bicker with Ling Xiao. Instead, she pointed her spear at the Grand Master, Chang Yueying. Master, you're wrong. It's not good for us as seniors to interfere in a fight between juniors. His words were a bit too much, but it's understandable for a child to be so angry. Although Chang Yueying was Chang Yueli's eldest disciple, she was also the Grand Master of Yuehua School. She knew very well what Ling Xiao represented. She definitely wouldn't protect her master because of this matter. Otherwise, her position as the Grand Master wouldn't be stable. What's more, her relationship with her master wasn't very good. Back then, because of the fight for the position of Grand Master, they had already broken off their relationship. In addition, Ling Xiao had the support of the Moon Maiden. Even if she didn't give face to Ling Xiao, she had to give face to the Moon Maiden. Of course, the most important thing was that she also felt that her master had gone too far. Originally, Bai Feifei was being raped by Ling Xiao, but she still went to help. No wonder she was scolded. She deserved it. You're not going to do it, right? Then I'll do it myself. Chang Yueli couldn't command Chang Yueying. She was unable to restrain her anger and released her powerful true essence, attempting to kill Ling Xiao through the array formation of the stage. She was a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. She could crush Ling Xiao like an ant. However, she never thought about why Ling Xiao would be so bold to argue with her. If he didn't have anything to rely on, would Ling Xiao be so stupid? Of course not. In fact, Ling Xiao had already noticed that the Moon Lady had arrived at the scene to watch the battle. Furthermore, she was very angry at Chang Yueli for sneaking an attack on him. Now that Chang Yueli had the intention to kill, how could the Moon Maiden not make a move? Even if the Moon Lady didn't do anything, Ling Xiao could just rebel against Yuehua School. Chang Yueli might be strong, but she was just a layman in array formations. Ling Xiao was proficient in most of the Yuehua School's array formations. It would be easy for her to escape and destroy the Yuehua School's array formations. Chang Yueli, how awe-inspiring! Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about what to do next, the Moon Lady finally spoke. At the same time, an even stronger aura surged towards Chang Yueli. The dignified sect master knelt down in front of almost everyone in the sect. His white hair was in a mess, making him look like a madman. Your Highness Moon Maiden! Chan Yueli's face turned pale. Back then, when she made a mistake, the Moon Maiden removed her position as sect master and supported Chang Yueying. After so many years, Chan Yueli had almost forgotten how terrifying the Moon Maiden was. And now, this terrifying woman had appeared again, all for an outer sect disciple. She was about to break down. I've said before that Ling Xiao is my disciple. Whoever dares to hurt him will be going against me. Didn't you know? The Moon Maiden was cold and majestic at this moment. Almost all the higher-ups in Huahua School were trembling in fear. I really didn't know. Please forgive me, Moon Maiden. Chan Yueli was annoyed. She really didn't know about this. Otherwise, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Since you've been well-behaved for so many years, I won't kill you. You can continue to be the sect master. Don't interfere in the sect's affairs in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The Moon Maiden snorted coldly. I'll do as you say. Chan Yueli gritted her teeth. Her heart was filled with fear and resentment. The Moon Maiden. This woman had humiliated her twice and caused her to fall from the clouds into the abyss. She had to find a way to trample on this woman. Even if it meant betraying Huahua School, she wouldn't hesitate. The Moon Maiden ignored her and looked at Ling Xiao and Bai Feifei below. The battle between the two of you isn't over yet. Continue. No one will interfere anymore. Thank you, Moon Maiden, for speaking up for us. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to look at Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei had already recovered from the illusion of the Thousand Beast blood refining formation and was focused on the battle again. She was unhappy that the Moon Maiden had taught her master a lesson. Although she didn't dare to say anything to the Moon Maiden, she definitely dared to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Senior sister, you're really lucky. If it wasn't for that old fart helping you, you would have lost. Ling Xiao said with a smile. How dare you disrespect the Supreme Sect Master? I won't forgive you. It was just a moment of carelessness. Bai Feifei snorted coldly. A moment of carelessness? The battle between the two of us has been going on for a bit too long. I reckon that the spectators are a bit unhappy. I said that it's time to end it, so it must end. Even if the Supreme Elder helps you, it's useless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Bai Feifei didn't know what Ling Xiao was relying on, so she felt a little uneasy. As a half-step heavenly venerable, she actually had such a feeling when facing an early-stage Transcendent Realm 6th level cultivator. This made her feel very ashamed. She was also very angry. If it wasn't for the spirit array on the battle stage, she believed that she could have killed Ling Xiao in one move. Shameless little bastard, you missed the opportunity just now. You won't have another chance to kill me. Bai Feifei tried her best to calm herself down. In fact, these words were just to comfort herself. Oh, is that so? Don't you know that your life is actually in the hands of your junior brother? Ling Xiao's words surprised Bai Feifei and the spectators. What's going on? Ling Xiao doesn't look like someone who would speak without thinking. He's probably just bluffing. In any case, I can't see anything. I really can't see through him. Discussions broke out below the stage again. It seemed that every time Ling Xiao made a move, it would cause a big stir. Ha, you say you control my life and death? What a stupid statement. Do you think I'll believe you just because you say so? After a moment of surprise, Bai Feifei quickly returned to normal and couldn't help laughing. She thought she had exposed Ling Xiao's conspiracy. However, Ling Xiao's next words almost scared her out of her wits. Senior sister, haven't you noticed? What kind of changes have happened to your body? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Changes? What changes? Don't talk nonsense. Bai Feifei was just about to retort when her expression changed drastically. Although she said she didn't believe Ling Xiao, she still checked her body and found that her true qi was being consumed at a terrifying rate. Not only that, but strange green spots had also appeared on her body. You! What did you do to me? How can you be so vicious and insidious? Bai Feifei shouted in fright. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.